Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the third of this series. Two matches played so far. First game won by the Southerns quite comfortably, and the second game won by the Northerns very comfortably as well. So poised at 1-1 in the series. As we get ready to take first ball, I'm joined by Cunningham Ngube. Good morning, Cunningham. Welcome to Queens.
Morning for me. Welcome to our viewers as well. As you said, series level at 1-1. Expecting a cracker of a game here today. A full game for the first time in this series that we'll have today. A couple of changes in both teams. For the Southerns, Ernest Masuku coming in for Tinashe Mushawaya. That's the only change in the Southerns team. Two changes for the Northerns. Tarisai Musakanda, first time we'll see him today here in place of Brian Chari, and Tanaka Chivanga also in for Talent Tsikiti.
Yeah, it's very interesting, like Cunningham has said. Enes Masugu, fast bowler, local boy, coming straight into the attack, given the new ball from the city end, and the umpires have signaled play. Good start all round. Left-handed batter pushes that one to mid-on. No run, but encouraging sound of the bat, Kani. It looks like wicket might be playing true. I know it's too early to judge, but from that first ball and the first shot seems like a very true wicket.
Does look like a true wicket here today, with no rain in the past couple of days.
Better lets that one through to the keeper. No harm done there. Enes Masuku can generate a bit of pace. There was one time he was up there with the quickest bowlers in the country. I'm not sure about his current status, but he is, when he bends his back, he really the pace out of the surface. Zinganyama lets another one through to no harm done. You spoke about for the first time it looks like we're going to get the full 100 overs in Kani, and that's welcome news for the selectors mainly, because they want to see these players higher level from what they've done in the Pro50 select sides, giving them a chance. If you're a bowler, you want to bowl your 10 overs, bowl your full spell and show what you can do. Batters have got 50 overs to plan their innings, so it's good that the weather has held out today.
Indeed, good weather we have. Clear blue skies. Could probably say this is perfect weather for a cricket game.
Another thought ball off the bat of Mzinganyama. Preserve a full face of the bat, but straight to mid-off. Good start here by Ernest Masugu, asking all the right questions, hitting the right areas. Has given the batter nothing to hit so far. Let's hope he finishes his over well. End of the first over, maiden over from Masugu. The score is not after 1. Victor Nyawuchi, also very unlucky to have missed out on selection to the World Cup, will pick up the attack for the Southerns from the airport end. I know there's a lot of aura and a lot of excitement around Sekanda Raza at the moment, but just as exciting, Tatiwanashe Marumani Kani.
Yes, he's an exciting young player. Loves to take on the bowlers in the power play. He runs hard. Brilliant cricketer all round.
He's nicked that. Or maybe he hasn't. Maybe he's hit the ground. Chris Mpofu, the standing umpire there, taking a walk slowly towards the square leg. Big shot. Bowler and keeper definitely convinced, but the umpire is not. And the reaction from the batter as well. He's just walked back and he's looking down. There was definitely a noise there, Kani.
There was a noise, but probably maybe he's just hit the ground there. But the fielders were pretty convinced.
Very convinced indeed, but the umpire and the batter did not seem too bothered by that. So Marumani survives to fight another day. That's that one safely through to the keeper, Richmond Mutumbami. No damage done this time round. So, Kani, if there was DRS, do you think definitely the captain would have gone up for that one?
With the way they all went up at the same time, definitely.
Much better shot. First runs of the morning from the bat of Marumani. But good fielding there. Mirov cuts that one out to just one run. Northerns rather, up and running from the bat. That one washed through by Mzinganyama, safely through to the keeper. Well balled by Nyawuchi. Hits in the right areas, giving nothing to the batter.
It's been a good start by the bowlers. I know it's only the second over, but they've asked the right questions, getting batters to play at most of the balls.
End of over number 2, 1 without loss. And it's Masugu from the city end to Marumani. Dot ball. Safely into mid-on. If you're just joining us, these are the two select sides picked by the selectors from the Pro50. Just concluded recently, last week in fact. Currently, the series is tied at 1-1, and this is the third match. For all intents and purposes, this is the final, the decider, Kani.
Yep. Both sets of players will be looking to come out with the win and have bragging rights over their other regional side.
Masugu from the city end. The run is left alone. Ginger look at the umpire, but he says, no, that's fine, it's within the trim lines. So another third ball. Again, good sound of the bat, but straight to the fielder. Mr. Kiwa doing the fielding at mid-off of the bat of Marumani. Kani, you played in this year's Pro 50. I think you picked up man of the match for your bowling, actually. More than your batting this time for the Eagles in the third and fourth place playoff against the Tuskers. Another top ball from Enes Masugu. So what I'm getting at, Kani, is when you move from your franchise to a select team, like is the case here today, it's past two matches, third match here today, you know the selectors are watching. What do you think is more important for you as an individual performance or for a team performance, seeing as it's more a select side rather than your franchise or provincial side? We'll continue with that conversation after this over. Score is still 1 without loss after 3 overs. Now Wuchi from the airport end. Inside half of the bat from Dzinganyama. Trickles down to fine leg. Easy. Dzinganyama gets off strike. So yes, Kani, we're speaking just before the conclusion of the last over that are you looking at winning the match or are you looking at marketing yourself as a player to the selectors?
What I would be looking at is just an improvement of my game, a chance to play with different players, spend most of my time just chatting to guys that I haven't really played with, just to pick their brain on how they go about their game, how they think about their game, how they prepare, and also you have different coaches also. So just picking up philosophies of other guys and just let the rest just take care of itself.
Another third ball from Nyawi. It's not often that you see Marumani being dotted up, but it's been a very good start from the southern bowlers. Enes Masugu and Nyawuchi bowling a lot of dot balls in tandem. And I'm sure it's not too long before we see a shot in Inga. And just on cue, Marumani goes straight over the bowler's head. One bounce into the side screen, the first boundary of the day.
Yep, that one slightly overpitched by Victor Nyawuchi. Marumani just keeps his balance, keeps his shape, and just times it over the bowler's head for the first boundary of the day. Score moves to 6 for no loss.
Time drives along the carpet, straight to the mid-off, no run. That is what good players will do to you, Kani. We've spoken about how well Nyawuchi has bowled, and he's just missed his length. Not by too much, just a little bit. He's missed his length, and Marumani has not tried to overhit that. Like you rightfully said, he just held his shape and just gone through with the shot. Beautiful timing. The boy is in some serious form.
Yep, with these players here, the margin for error is pretty on the smaller side. So if just a little bit on your line, on your length, you're sure to be punished. End of the 4th over, score is 6 for 0.
And that's Masugu from the CT end into Mutsinganyama. There's a little bit of movement away from the batter, and both those bowlers have been hitting the right ears, Kani, and it's a good start because you're putting a lot of pressure on the bowlers, on the batters rather, giving them nothing to hit, and the power play is moving along with the score at roughly much less than 2 runs to the over. So great start from the bowlers here. Misfield by the backward point fielder, and that one has gone for 4. I'm sure the bowler will not be happy with that fielding. It's a good shot off the bat, but should have been stopped at this level of cricket.
Definitely poor fielding at backward point there by Jonathan Campbell. Prides himself also in his fielding. He would have hoped to stop that. As you were saying earlier, Vumi, that these guys have bowled brilliant. Both bowlers tend to just bring the ball back into the right-handers. So here with left-handers, it's just going away. But they've been tight in their length. We've seen a lot of drives to mid-off, mid-on, showing that the lines are very good today.
Right back on the money from Enes Masugu. Watchful Mutsinganyama lets the ones through to the keeper. It has been good to see that straight after the boundary, the bowler has replied right back on that line in length, tight outside the off stump and getting it to just jag away from the left-handers a little. So very good bowling from this pair. That one is a bit too wide. Has been given as wide. And they've run a couple. Good fielding. There's the fielder runs round and saves the boundary, saves 2 runs for his team. Umpire forced them a tee as well. signals the wides from Masuku.
Masuku just falling over to the leg side a little bit, hence pushing that ball much wider on this instance. And poor keeping also from Richmond. Should have stopped that.
Push and run, chance of a run out. But he's made it through. He's made it through quite comfortably. And Foster Mutizo has signaled that Anis Masuku, probably searching for an extra yard, has overstepped the mark. And the signal for the free hit, Kani. It's been a good start from the bowlers, we've said, but already so early in the piece, we've seen some misfields. It's like the fielders are not yet up to the mark and definitely not backing up their bowlers at this stage.
Yeah, the bowling has been good, but also the batting. These guys have been tight. Both openers haven't really gone to search much. Only the two boundaries that they've hit, the balls that have been aired a bit. Let's see how the free hit goes.
Big swipe, but he has not made connection. One bounce into the outfield is picked up at long on by Musakiwa. I don't know if you picked that up, Kani. Masuku let that ball go probably a meter behind the bowling crease.
Yes, just trying
so
to.
Maybe that's why the connection wasn't as good from Marumani in that instance.
He's trying to take off the pace. He knows that both these guys love pace on the ball.
That's it, come up the edge of the bat, but educated edge. Between the first slip and the gully fielder there. Third man for one run.
It's been an eventful over this. And as I was saying earlier, that these guys, the batters, they have just been patient, just waiting on that bad ball. And I think it's working to their advantage now. It's been a big over, 10 runs off it so far.
Right by money from Masuku. End of an expensive over. 16 without loss. Now we're continuing and going past the outside edge of Mzinganyama's bat. It's been a subdued start this morning. Trying to figure out why. We've spoken about how well the two opening bowlers have done. The exception obviously being the last over. And maybe because today they have the 50 overs, unlike the other two matches where we had reduced games. The batters feel they have a bit more time to play themselves in. Have a look at the conditions and see what's happening. Respect the bowler. If he's bowling well, just see him off. Because the changes will come later on. When people start to tire, field is pushed back, more gaps appear. So as long as you're there, Kani, definitely the runs will eventually come.
Yep, that's the general talk in most changing rooms for openers, just to have a look in the first 5-6 overs. Assess the conditions, how the wicket is playing, the pace of the wicket, is there any sideways movement, and then relay that message out to the dugout, just telling the guys probably what you would feel the past score is, what's a winning score on this wicket. So I think these guys have been doing that in this opening spell. Let's see how it goes the rest of the power play.
You would be excused, Kani, if you just walked in. Well, not just walked in, if you had watched the first 5 overs of this match and thought maybe this is a 3-dayer. Because there's been a lot of balls in what you call a traditional test length. Just outside of stump, looking at that 4th stump, channel of stump. And there's been a lot of balls left to go through by the batters as well. And he drives that one. Good cricket. Turning those zeros into ones. And putting the fielder under pressure. Easy single at the end of the day.
Yep. From the bowlers, this is just to say, batsmen, you do what you want to do. I'll just land the ball in the right area. I won't go searching for anything. Short and wide. Marumani misses out on that cut shot. End of the over. 17 for no loss.
Enes Masugu from the City end. Went for a few in the last over. Let's see how he recovers from that. Starts off well with a dot ball. Attempted pull shot. Imperative word being attempted because he's not gotten that anywhere near in the middle of the bat. It has just trickled along to short mid wicket. But at least some intent shown by the batter, realizing that they have to get a move on in this power play and make use of the power play. We spoke about the last game that it was won and lost in the power play because the way the Northerns and the Southerns batted was completely different. Top edge. Top edge cuts going down to the boundary. Can they come back for 3 on the arm? Very good running from Marumani. Running towards the danger end, makes it back quite comfortably, putting the fielder under pressure. And Kani spoke about it earlier that he does like to do that with some forceful running.
A very athletic cricketer. He will always, if you hear at times, you would say push him. All the time when he's running, he's always trying to put pressure on the bowler, on the fielder rather.
Top edge there from Marumani as the fielder is coming round. Will he get there? Valiant attempt by the fielder running in from fine leg. But having made the yards, you'd have wanted him to at least get some hands on the ball. But it's found nothing but grass.
picked it up late, I think, is Tafadzo Tsiga. It had quite a lot of hang time from the position he's in and where it's landed. You would fancy your chances. He's a wicket keeper. He should be a quick around the field, but unlucky for Masugu.
And that has come off the bottom edge of the bat and bitten by in the sleep. And good work from the fielder down there at a very straight third man. Cuts that down to 2. Marumani has been living a champ life this morning, Kani.
What I've noticed in this over by Masugu, it's been a different ploy. He's tried to push the batsman back a bit. As you saw, the top edge just over point in that pull shot by Marumani.
He's definitely pulled his length back in this over, as we've seen a couple of, or more than a couple of horizontal bat shots, because the length maybe he's realized it's not swinging as much. End of that over, 26 without loss. Nyawuchi continuing from the airport end, and Nick, and this time the batter is walking. Catch is held by the wicket keeper Richie Mutumbami.
Yeah, so this is what I was probably talking about, that maybe after that 6th over they'll start and just trying to look for extra runs, look for those boundaries, forcing those boundaries in the power play. But unlucky there for Marumani, just walking down the wrong length, then mistimed swing gets the edge to the keeper. Good catch by Richmond Mutumbami. The Northerns are 25 for 1. New batsman in is Nkosana Mpofu, man of the match in the second Pro 50 match. Scored a brilliant 55, held the innings together for the Northerns. Just unlucky not to see them over the line, but also bowled well. Took 3 important wickets in the middle, and is in for another day.
Nkosana is up the mark immediately. Just tucks that one gently into the leg side for 1. Interesting. We have had 3 left-handed batters at the top of the orders. We spoke about how well the Southern bowlers have been with the new ball, how well they've bowled, hit the right areas, asked all the right questions, and pressure does strange things. Uncharacteristic shot from Marumani. We spoke about how well he usually stands and delivers from his stance, but he tried to do something different. He wasn't getting any balls in his area, so he walked down to that one, and he walked down the wrong line, as my colleague alluded to. And from that stage onwards, he really had no price. Nicked that one, and Tumbami held on to a fantastic low catch. 26 for 1. The main protagonist of the power play is out, so let's see how the 2 batters continue with the innings from here on in. The script doesn't change much. For Mudzinyama, another test length delivery, outside off stump, arms and shoulders, lets that one through. It's a bit too early to tell, and with the advent of T20 cricket, we know anything can happen with strike rates, Kani, but do you think they've told themselves that maybe this is not a 300 wicket, maybe getting in and around 260 will be enough?
I think since it's a full game today, they're just giving themselves more time. We know the secret is just keeping all your wickets in end. Have one better batting after in the top 4, batting after those 35 to 40 overs towards the death. So I think they will be looking to do that. Just keep their wickets intact and have a go really at the end.
Big shots, and that's upheld by umpire Chris Peary. LBW sees the end of Brian Mudzinganyama.
Double strike in this over by Victor Nyaochi. He's bowled well, asked the right questions. I've seen he's been pushing Brian Mudzinganyama towards that off stump, leaving those balls going away at him, but this one, he just comes back a little bit. Brian Mudzinganyama falling over and playing round that, and is struck right in front. And umpire Chris Peary obliges. It's 26 for 2, and that brings Chamu Chibaba, the captain, onto the wicket.
$27 for 2 at the conclusion of that over. 8 overs down. Ernest Masugu to Nkosana. Kani, we were having a discussion, an interesting discussion before the fall of Mudzinganyama's wicket. And there is a fine line between having a look in the power play and digging your team into a hole in the power play. Good if eventually you catch up, but if both batters get out before you catch up, Marumani 11 of 22 deliveries, Cut shot in front of point, and that's going to go away for a much needed boundary of the bat of Nkosana Mpofu.
Brilliantly played by Nkosana Mpofu. He thrives rather on that width. Any day, any time, he'll put that away. Brilliant shot.
Just quickly getting back to the conversation before Nkosana interrupted us with that brilliant shot. Brian Mudzinganyama, 11 of 26, both batters striking at way below 50. Compare and contrast to the other day, Marumani was going at about 100. Another no ball from Masugu, signaled by umpire Foster Mutizwa. So that's the fine line I'm talking about, Kani, that as an opener, you want to have a look, give yourself as much of a chance as possible. But if then you get out after having eaten up a lot of deliveries, you have put pressure on your number 3 and 4 batters coming in, because now, as much as they have to rebuild the innings, they're also having to try and up the ante. Masugu in for the free hit. Spoiled that from way behind, but Nkosana has waited on it and just smashed that over the infield. Couple of bounces to the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs to the total.
Brilliant batting by Nkosana. He's just waited with that. It's balanced perfectly and swings it over that mid-wicket area. As you're saying, Vumi, about digging yourself into the hole, I think credit has to go to the 2 opening bowlers today. They haven't really given anything free to these batsmen. And then in that search of trying to up the rate, they've been short. So it's been brilliant bowling, and I would give them that.
It's true, you can't take away anything from the bowling side. They bowled very well, especially the opening bowlers with the new ball. Beating it, I mean, we all know if you've been in and around Queens, you know it will do something in the morning. But the word, Kani, is intent. I would have liked to see a bit more intent from the batters. One more hitter to the total, tucked into the leg side. I would have liked to see a bit more intent. Spoke about that. It seemed like we're watching a test match. A lot of deliveries being left through outside the off stump. Yes, they're good balls, but maybe as an opener at this level, you want to try and do something with it. I'm not saying close your eyes and swing across the line, but maybe try and guide it down. Just try and do something to put the bowlers off that channel as well.
Yeah, that's when the skill of relocating, coming down to the wicket, or just standing back a little bit, trying to force that good length, maybe just to be a short of a length and get behind it, knock it over. Probably behind point, in front of point. All those other things then come into play.
Chamunora Justice Chibaba, captain of the side, former national team captain. He's found some of his best form in this season's Pro50, taking strike for the first time. Dot ball to start with from Masuku. End of the over. 9 overs down. 37 for 2. Nawuchi continuing from the airport end to Nkosana, and Nkosana has hit that There's no way the fielder is getting to that. Save your leg, son. 4 more to the total. And Nkosana has started like a steam train here.
Started pretty well. He's just waited for anything that's been in his area and he's just put it away. Shows the form that he's in. Explains why he was the getter for the Tuskers in the past Pro 50 championship. Seems to be in a good space.
He's in a good space and he's confident. He's sure of his game. Like you're saying, in his area, good on drive, but brilliant fielding there prevents him from adding to his total.
Would have loved to see them run the mid-on guys run about close to 5 meters to his left. Could have pushed him there for a single through.
True, Kanye. I also thought there was a run there because he even had to dive to get down to that ball. So definitely some lazy running from the Northerns. What a lovely shot from Nkosana, presenting the full face of the bat and just caressing that down. That is a beautiful shot, Kanye.
Beautifully timed down the ground by Nkosana Mpofu, keeping his shape, his head nice and straight and balanced. He just punches it down the ground for another boundary. Brilliant batting this.
Nkosana has raised the weight to 18. And he's beaten outside the off stump this time round. But just to add on to what our conversation was earlier about the way the two openers batted, Nkosana has just come in. I think he's hit 3 or 4 boundaries without playing a shot in anger. He's just seen the ball in his area, whether he's played the drive, whether he's opened the face of the bat, and he's just finding gaps, Kani, without too much danger. Big shot from Nkosana. Couple of bounces into the mid-wicket fence. Putting his bat up and saying, Mr. Dave Mutendera, are you watching me?
Brilliant batting this by Nkosana. He's picked up 5 boundaries for himself this morning. But what I've seen is just his head position in all those shots. It's been in the right area, going towards the bowler. Good balance all round, and that marks the end of the power play. It's 49 for 2.
.49 for 2 after the power play. Carl Mumba takes up the attack from the city end. Starts off on leg stump, and that's tucked away by Chamuchi Baba. Lots of work for the fine leg to do. Too much work for him to do. 4 runs. Not the best start from Carl Mumba. You want to back up what the openers have done, and it started with a line on leg stump, and that's just clipped away by Chamo Chibaba. Much welcome boundary for the Northerns. Cunningham Ngube has left us after the power play. And I'm joined by Farai Gunda, Slim, leg side, leg stumpish line, tugged away into the onside by Chibaba. Fielder cuts that down to just the one run. Mumba has to quickly get his line sorted out here. Good morning, Slim.
A very good morning for me. Yeah, a bit of a subdued start from the Northerns. The two openers trying to first assess the wicket. A ball there from Carl, but in that process, then creating pressure for themselves. And the Southerns here have come out, bowlers have hit their lines from ball one, and have asked the Northerns batsmen to try and attack them from those lines. Hence, those two quick wickets of Brian Zinganyama and Tadona Shimbarumani.
As Mumba seems to find it easier to bowl to the left-hander, it's right on the money outside Nkosana Mpofu's off-stump. Two deliveries have been led through the keeper without too much incident. Nkosana Mpofu appears to be batting on a different strip from his openers. But the ball is getting a little bit older. It's not doing as much as it was in the morning. The sun has bagged the wicket slightly more, so you would expect that it gets easier to bat. Taking away nothing from Nkosana. He's been in scintillating form, finding the middle of that bat more often than not, and has really added impetus to the Northern scoring.
Yeah, he has come in with like a man on a mission, putting away every bad ball that he's got and also attacking.
And let's that one through. Completion of the 11th over, 55 for 2. Brendan Mavuta, player of the tournament, recently concluded Pro50 series. From the runners-up, the Midwest Rhinos. Former under-19 captain. Former national team player, still in and around the interest of the selectors. Leg spinner. From the airport end into Chamu Chibaba. Starts off with a loopy one outside off stump. Bit of a loosener. Pushes that one to short extra cover for no run. Play and a miss from Chibaba. Some turn Gunda there from Brandon Mavuta.
Yeah, very well bowled. Good start from Brandon. Yeah, some turn. Looks like this wicket will give a bit of turn to the spinners. I think at this stage, also trying to find the right pace. As we see Chamuchi Baba knocking it down to long off for one. He's been in scintillating form, Brandon Mavuta, leading wicket taker, and they just ended Pro50 championship.
Yeah, having said that, Slim, he seemed to struggle on Monday to land the ball, especially with the left-right hand combination. He had his lines all over the place, and he took a bit of tap. So let's see if he's figured that out today, because he's still bowling to a left-right combination here. Tucked away for one into the leg side by Nkosana. Fan bowlers prefer to turn the ball away from the batter, but as a leg spinner, you're turning it into the left-hander, which is into the hitting arc. So you have to have your wits about you, especially when there is a left-right hand combination. Oh, slight leading edge there from Chibaba. I guess that one holding up slightly in the surface. End of Mavuta's first over. 56 for 2. Carl Mumba from the city end continues the attack. Nkosana Mpofu seems a much better bowler to the left-hander than the right-handers. He's kept Nkosana very quiet, the only bowler so far to do so, and getting a little bit of lift off the surface. Big strong shoulders, Carl Mumba. You will remember him also from the national team. He's played a couple of tests for the national side. And this time Nkosana drives. There's an appeal on the leg side, but Chamuchi Baba backed up too much. Not sure if the bowler did get his fingers onto the ball, but good cricket shot for no reward, Slim.
Good shot there from Nkosana Mpofu. Very unfortunate to have hit the non-striker's end, with Chamuchi Baba backing up clean. He's looking in good form, Nkosana. If you can hit the ball that straight, it means you're feeling very confident about your shot selections. A very good shot there from Nkosana Mpofu through the point region for 4. A very good shot, just leaning back into it and cutting it through that packed offside field. Still in form for me.
Amazing cricket shot, Slim. You say cut, but I'm not sure how much of a cut that was. It seemed to me more like a square drive, because the bat has not gone in a horizontal fashion. He's still maintained a vertical bat. At one stage I thought he might have given a chance to the man at backward point, but he's found the gap beautifully. And after that, it seemed like the ball has just kept accelerating to the boundary, given the field there's absolutely no chance. He is timing it like a dream here. Carl Mumba gets tighter on those stumps, giving him nothing to play with outside the off stump. But I'm still in awe of the previous shot played by Nkosana Mpofu, because there was not too much wrong with that delivery. As you run up to bowl, you're thinking that is where I want to bowl. But he's just learnt into it, and with very minimal effort, found the gap, and he's hit that for 4. That's what we mean when we talk about hitting the good balls for boundaries.
Very well ball there from Carl Mumba, but Nkosana also trusting his defense as well. But you can see the way he's playing, Nkosana Mpofu, the confidence that he has to come forward and block, and when he needs to attack, the way he's just getting into good positions to play the ball. Looks like this is going to be a dream season for him.
Again, presents the full face of the bat for not much runs, but it shows the form the man is in. If the ball is hitting the face of the bat, you're happy, Slim?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy with that one. End of the over, 60-2.
Brendan Mavuta from the airport end, continuing to Chamuchi Baba. Captain just adjusting his field set. Still maintaining a sleep. We saw a couple turn in that first over, so well advised to keep the sleep in. Rate is not out of the by any stretch of the imagination, so the Southern's captain still attacking. Chance of a run out. That's a very poor throw.
Very good running from Chamuchi Baba, just knocking it down into that vacant cover region with Kevin Kasuza trying to pick it up and throw it, but a very bad throw to the keeper allows Nkosana Mpofu to make his ground. A slight change of field from Brendan Mavuta to the left-hander now, having a cow corner and a fine leg and a long one as well. Strays down leg, wide ball signaled by umpire Chris Mpofu. Chris Imperi, I beg your pardon. Standing in his second regional game.
Nkosana Mpofu goes down the ground, playing in the V, all that what you taught from primary school, play as straight as possible. And that's exactly what Nkosana is doing and reaping the rewards here. Mavuta now to the right-handed Chamuchi Baba. Well bowled. Seems to be much more confident today. Remember Tino saying he looks a better bowler when he's controlled, when he's letting it loop in the air. Just as I say that, he drops one shot, trying the quicker ball. Luckily for him, not the best connection from Chibaba, and there's cover. Sweeping up from the cow corner. Jono Campbell keeps that to just one. So yes, maybe Mavuta needs to first just concentrate. I mean, it's only his second over on bowling his leg spinners and nothing different. Again, that's a flatter one, quicker one. Tim Kosana. No damage done this time. At the completion of that over, 64 for 2.
Kalmumba to continue from the City end. Just 9 runs from his 2 overs so far.
A lovely day for cricket today, Slim. After the horrendous 2 days we had for the first couple of matches, both rain affected. First one very heavily reduced. Luckily in the second match we only lost 18 overs. We will definitely get the 100 overs in today. Sun is out, not the hottest of days, so the perfect day for you to showcase your talent. Mumba to Chibaba, play and a miss. Bit of a hoik from Chibaba. Pitched on a length, going away from him, and he's just planted his foot straight down the ground and tried to hoik that one over. Mumba seems to have finally found his rhythm here.
Yeah, it looks like he's found his rhythm very well. Just hitting that length, that asking the batsman to try and make something out of nothing.
And this time he goes past the inside edge of the bat for good measure.
I think the Southern bowlers have bowled very well this morning. They've kept their lines disciplined. After they are seasoned bowlers with their respective franchises. They know what needs to be done in order to pile up pressure on these 2 batsmen.
And he opens the face of the bat this time, and he beats the man at backward point, and he comes back for an easy couple. Looking very relaxed here, Chamu Chibaba. Doesn't look very phased. Having said that, he looked the same on Monday until he got out. But he seems to be pacing himself and wanting to lead from the front as the captain. The bowlers have bowled very well. Haven't given too much away. Just Nkosana Mpofu, because the form is in, it seemed like the only batter really. As Chamu drives that one, quick single, and gets easily through for that one.
Slight inside edge there from Chamu Chibaba, closing his face just at the last moment. Yeah, the Southerns, I'm actually impressed by the way Kalmumba has started here. He's kept things quiet from his end as well. The boundaries are starting to dry up just a bit. see Nkosana Mpofu getting a full ball, trying to hit it straight, getting that elbow nice and high. Ball fielder from Kaumumba off his own bowling. It's the end of the over. 67 for 2, and the players will take drinks. $67 for 2 as the players were taking drinks. Currently at the crease is Nkosana Mpofu on 28 of 27 not out, as well as Northern's captain Chamuchi Baba, 11 of 17 balls. Just to keep you up to speed what happened earlier, Prime Zingamnyama trapped LBW by Victor Nyauchi. And that was a double wicket over, with also Tadiwa Nasha Marumani getting caught behind by Richmond Tumbami for 11 as well. As Brandon Mavuta continuing from the airport end, Chamuchi Baba just drives the ball down to long off for one. It's been a change of voice. I've been joined here by Cunningham Ngube. Morning, Cunningham.
Morning, Slimmy. Morning to our viewers all around the world.
Slight sweep shot from Nkosana Mpofu to fine leg into this series. Throw a ball from Brendan Mavuta. I think he's found the pace for this wicket.
Yep, today is a lot slower through the air and is taking his time. Taking his time in the action. Felt he was a bit rushed in the second Pro50, but today seems to have much more control and has landed more today.
Tries to attack the pad of Chamuchi Baba, but no damage there. .3 to the over, with a projected score of 215. Which I think this wicket can actually. Favorable ball from Kyle Mumba again, just slightly fuller this time for no run, straight to mid off. What could be a good score to defend here, Cunningham, in the afternoon?
Well, with the way that 280 mark,
beautiful shot from Cunningham. I beg your pardon, from Nkosana Mpofu.
I do play those over the top drive, so you're forgiven there.
Apologies, everybody. From Nkosana Mpofu, still looking in good touch. Pumps the ball straight over mid off. Kalmumba just slightly over pitching there. Nkosana Mpofu just hitting through the line over Brendan Mavuta's head for 4.
The key there has been the head position and all the attacking shots Nkosana has played this afternoon. This morning, rather, as you see, is going over cover this time. Not well timed, but they'll get around for 2. But as I was saying, his balance at the crease in all those shots, be it his coming on the front foot or going on the back foot, his head is very and he's just looked in total control of everything.
Yes, he's looked in very good touch, even looked for good touch on Monday. Good comeback from Kalmumba, just pulling back his length just a bit. Nkosana Mpofu just lets the ball go through to the keeper, Richmond Mtumbani.
So going back to the power score, as I said, I still think it's a good wicket to bet on. The shots that Nkosana Mpofu has played is showing us that it's really a good wicket to bet on. These guys have gone to put up a partnership of 46 together.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Nkosana Mpofu. Flicking Kyle Mumba over square leg for 6. First 6 of the day. As we said, left-handers are very dangerous on their pads, and Nkosana Mpofu, that's one of his signature shots. That marks the end of the over. 81 for 2. Brandon Mavuta to continue from the airport end. Beautiful shot there from Nkosana Mpofu. It's looking like a man on a mission, a man in form, playing through the line.
And that's 6 over square leg has brought their partnership to 52 with Chamuchi Baba.
Well balled from Brandon Mavuta. Slowing down the pace, good slow pace. Asking the batsman, if you're gonna hit me off my lengths. Stafford uphill by Brandon Mavuta. So that's the wicketkeeper. Season umpire Chris Peary not moved. Signals not out. Very well balled from Brandon Mavuta as well. Getting some turn there.
Yep.
I'm sure the other spinners will be interested. They still have the services of Jonathan Campbell in the Southern's team. Beautiful shot there from Chamuchi Baba through the covers down to sweeper for 1. Bringing back Nkosana back on strike. Googly from Brandon Mavuta, very well bowled, beating the outside edge of Nkosana Mpofu, who's on 41 of 34 balls. Very healthy strike rate of 120. Very well bowled again from Brandon Mavuta. Just to end the 18th over. 82 for 2. Kaumumba to ball his 5th over to Chamuchi Baba. Nudged away. Fine. Chamuchi Baba looking for 2. Very good running. Very good running by the captain. But a very bad throw from Victor Nyauchi. Tucked away beautifully. Kaumumba just straying a bit too straight there. And Chamuchi Baba just nudges it away for 1 run. Down to deep fine leg. Flicked away. Chamuchi Baba just for 1. Down to deep square leg. cut away by Nkosana Mpofu. Just doing a bit of analysis here. Only 19 singles so far in this innings. Coming in the score 87. Shows how well the Southern bowlers have contained the Northern batsmen after the power play. Short again. Chibaba just swivels around and pulls that to deep fine leg for one. Five runs off the over so far. Mumba just trying to keep everything quiet. Change line of attack coming around the wicket. Nkosana Mpofu just shoulders arms to that one. Lets it go through. Interesting changes to the sides. Cunningham, both sides making some changes. Takudza Kaitano coming back into the side after nursing a slight back injury. Sanampofu just slides that one down to Tim Samarumed Gali to mark the end of the over. 87 for 2. So as we're speaking there, Cunningham, the slight changes to the field, to the teams rather, with the Southern's selectors and coaches bringing back the informed Kaitano at the top of the order, as well as Enes Masugu coming in for Keith Jaura. Brendan Mavuta continuing from the airport end.
Yeah, I think the changes have just been to give guys chances. It's not really a competition whereby it's do or die. It's just having at least each and every player have 2 games under his belt here to show why they really have made it onto the regional side.
Pulled away by Chambaba down to Carl corner. Brendan Mavuta just missing his length just a bit. Just for 1. Cleaned up by Jonathan Campbell, deep Carl corner. Down the wicket goes Nkosana, just to try and get to the pitch of the ball. So no run. I think credit goes also, not mentioned to our grounds. Stafford uphill. Chris Perry walks away immediately and single leg buys. Sanampofu trying to play a sweep shot. Let's go to shot against the leg spinner. I think also credit goes to our groundsman and grounds creator Fungai Shanganya for getting these games going. No run there. Getting these games going with so much rain around, and trying to get this pitch nice and dry, and the outfield as well. I know they had a difficult time on Saturday on the first game.
Yep, indeed they did. Pulling on and off of covers.
Beautiful shot from Chibaba, pushing for 2 there, and he will get 2 cleaned up by Kevin Kasuza down at sweeper, just beating that short point. Front of square to mark the end of the over. Score is 91 for 2 after 20, and a change in voice. Tino Mawoyo will come in with Cunningham Ngube.
In a long time. Good looking partnership between these two. Captain Jamanoro Chibaba, who's in decent form, as well as Nkosana Mpofu. He's played really nicely throughout these 3 matches. And not just the 3 matches, but throughout the season as well. Cunningham, you would have come across him during the season. I believe he's in pretty good nick.
He is. He's played pretty well this whole season. As I said earlier, he was the highest run getter for Tuskers in the Pro50 stuff. Also bowled pretty well, so it's been a good all-round performance by him throughout the season. And as we've seen also here in the 2 matches he's played, the second one he scored 55, and here he's still going on 42.
Oh, is that a drop chance? He's got through the shot before the ball got to him. It's come off the bottom edge of the bat. Always difficult for the bowler in the follow through, because he's expecting the ball to be hit away to the leg side. And I think this might have just been an opportunity that Carl Mumba's put down.
Yep, a difficult chance there. As much as it's come on slow to him, but with the momentum of the big fast bowler, always difficult to get a grab of that. And it's just come off slow also off the wicket. I've noticed just on the short of a length it's coming on slow, but on a fuller length the guys are having a good time there with the hard dry wicket.
Nicely played. Just be the single to the man on the sweeper boundary.
Yeah, partnership moves nicely to 63. Nice building phase here from these two. Came together when the score was on 29. After that rather slow start between Marumani and Ryan Mutsinganyama, they'll be looking to really kick on from here, get that big partnership of 100, 150, and set a somewhat defendable total for their team.
Pulled away. There's shots of catch it. He would have done extremely well just to stop it. It's gone for 4. He'll be disappointed because he ended up getting both hands to it. Kevin Kasuza not managing to stop the boundary.
Unfortunate there for Carl Mumba. He'll be disappointed with the fielding at the deep there. Boundary to end the over. It's 96 for 2. Googly again by Brandon Mavuta, going away from Kosana Mpofu. Tafadzo Tsiga, it slip. He'll be interested. Seen that go past his outside edge twice now.
Big appeal. Was well outside the line of the off. So she plays well, but I've realized that he plays it better when the ball is angling down the leg side, more helping it on its way as opposed to taking it from outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's the difference between the way he played it in the second Pro 50. We saw Brandon Mavuta coming round the wicket, and with that angle, Nkosana Mpofu was just helping them going down to that deep square leg. But today with the ball, Brandon Mavuta coming over the wicket, drifting away from Nkosana Mpofu and coming back. A difficult shot to play for him there. He's been hit on the helmet. Physio is out there. Just have a look.
Yeah, just a bit of running repairs, of course. Player safety is such a huge thing now in and around the sport. Every time that the helmet does take a blow, they just need to make sure that the helmet's in good order, as well as the batsman. No issues with concussion or dizziness, lightedness. Seems to be okay.
Hopefully he is okay. We've seen some unfortunate instances in the recent past. Nothing that would want to see anytime in these games or in the future or in any game of cricket. Seems to be fine, picking up his gloves. His helmet is on again. Line and length from Brandon Mavuta. He's bowling quite slower today and more controlled.
Yeah, and that's where the control's coming from. We spoke about how quickly he was getting through his action in the second game. And that's why he just lost that control and the rhythm that he's got today.
Good to see him back into his normal fall today. All pretty well in the Pro 50 Championship. Highest wicket taker, bowler of the tournament, player of the tournament. Just airing on line there. In the leg side, Nkosana Mpofu sweeps that. It'll be a singlet to end the over. It's 97-2. Change of bowling from the city end. Replacing Carl Mumba, Tashinga Musekiwa. Starts off nicely, good line and length. Well defended by Nkosana Mpofu to cover.
Good cricket, good shot. Hit it straight enough to go to the left of Brandon Mafuta at mid-off and get himself a single.
Good running there.
Takes the score on to 99. I beg your pardon.
Interesting bowler is Musekiwa. Possesses a lot of skill.
A young talented cricketer. Probably served himself better with just a yard more pace. You can see that batsmen find it easier to take him on because of that lack of pace, but he's young, he's got a lot of cricket still to play ahead of himself. You'll expect that with those skills that he's got, he'll also improve on the pace of his ball. But gutsy little cricketer, enjoy watching him. Strikes the ball well.
First over is quite tidy. After 23 overs, the Northerns are still 99 for 2. Mafuta will continue from the airport end. Just brought on the long on into mid on, just the edge of the circle. Driven well down the ground by Chamu Chipaba. Pick up 2. And that brings the 100 for the Northerns, 101 for 2.
Strong partnership as well, 73 between these two. They are in total control. 23 overs. Still to go. Oh, that's gone in the air. It's put down. Bit of extra bounce. It's Tafadzwa Tsiga, who's at first slip. And even as tall as he is, couldn't quite hold on to that.
Extra bounce there from Brendan Mavuta, hitting Kusana Mpofu high in his bat. Ball just slooping slowly over Tafadzwa Tsiga. It slipped. Might have just mistimed his jump there. Unfortunate for Brendan Mavuta. Would have loved to get his first for the day.
Shot. And that is a good shot from Chamuchi Baba. The fielder's on the boundary on the leg side, is way in front. Hits that square and gets himself a boundary.
Very good cricket by Chamuchi Baba. You can see just moving over to that left stump, to that off stump rather, and just sweeping that ball in front of square. There's no one there in the dip. Picks up a 4. Comeback by Brendan Mavuta. A dot ball to end the over. 107 for 2. Good start to the over by Musekiwa. 2 dot balls. Both those balls seam up.
Oh, he's bowled that from way behind the stumps. Now, we've seen him do that several times, actually, in this competition.
Yep, part of the skill that he possesses. Not giving the batters any pace on the ball. We can see the square boundaries are quite big, and for you to hit that slow ball over those boundaries, it'll be a very good effort. Punch down the ground by Chamuchi Baba for a single.
Oh, nicely bowled. And he's played that well as well, has Nkosana. Just a bit of nip away from the left-hander. Well taken by Mtumbami as well. There's definitely a bit of extra bounce on this pitch today. Cunningham?
There is, we've seen from both ends, is that line just off a good length. It's just extra bounce. Probably the hardness of the surface. It's gone slower on that one. Kosana manages just to push it out in front of point for a single. And that's the end of the over. 109 for 2.
In the air will elude the fielder at square leg. Paul will get himself another single. Just takes him to one short of another half century. Short. Finds the only fielder on the leg side boundary, Chamuchibaba. That favourite sweep shot played again with confidence, and that takes him to another half century in this Pro 50 regional competition. Back-to-back 50s for Nkosana Mpofu. He's a man in top form.
Very well batted there for Nkosana Mpofu. Bring up his second 50. Very well ball from Brendan Mafuta, beating the outside edge. Chamuchibaba.
Oh, that's in the air. That's going to be out. Oh, he's put it down. Brandon Mavuta has put it down. Pretty simple opportunity. Probably should have left it for the mid-on running in. A lifeline for Chibaba. 1-1-3 for 2. Width given by Musekiwa. That's going to find its way square to the boundary on the offside. He's delayed the stroke so that it goes square of the man who's on the boundary. Nicely played.
Beautiful shot there by Nkosana Mpofu. And a bit of width there given by Tashinga Musekiwa. And Nkosana Mpofu was up to the task, beating that man at a point.
Oh, and it's a misfield. Now, this is untidy in the field from the Southerns fielders. That should really have just been one run.
Very bad fielding there by International Chawaya. Allowing it Nkosana Mpofu to come back for 2. Looks like the runs
It's in the air, and it's another misfield. Come back for 2 more. Nkosana moves on to 58.
They're now looking a bit scrappy there, the Southerns fielders. Maybe is it the heat now getting to them? And heads are now dropping. Maybe heads will have dropped after that drop catch from Brandon Mavuta off Chamo Chibaba. Raw ball from Tashinga Secure. Pick of the bowlers in the second game on Monday. Useful all-rounder, you know.
He has obviously still got a lot to learn. Very young in his domestic career. Part of the Lions Academy that's taking part in a few of the domestic competitions. Toured India for a couple of months earlier in the year. All of that will just aid in his progression as a young cricketer. He's got a good attitude. Enjoys the game. Puts in a maximum effort. All the ingredients for what will hopefully be a fantastic career going forward.
Well balled to close off the 26th over. 122 for 2.
Looking for the big reverse sweep. Nkosana Mpofu doesn't get the connection. And that's swept away again. That's nicely played. Took the Southerns a couple of matches to realize where he plays that sweep shot and get the fielder in the right place. A lot more finer than the normal backward square leg. That's because he gets right inside the line of the ball and can manage to get it fine.
Yeah, he's been working on that shot a lot in the net. Is Nkosana Mpofu, and it looks like it's working for him now in the game. Mavuta into his 9th over. Still wicketless. Shot down to mid-on. Just for one. Pity that Brandon hasn't got a wicket. He's bowled very well. Gone for just for 26. Pulled away down to the deep wicket region to mark the end of the over. It's 125 for 2 after 28. Shingam Secure continuing from the city end into his 4th over. Sanapovu just flicks that ball down to deep square leg for 1. I think at this stage of the innings, you know, any risks need to be taken by these two batsmen? I feel they're moving well.
Well, they've got a good partnership going, 96 on the board. You'll just feel that maybe they're a little bit behind in the scoring rates. Current rate 4.47. 22 overs to go, including this one. When you look at the number of runs that were scored on this pitch in the second game, you'll feel that they might and chase down with a couple of overs to spare by the Northerns. So they'll feel maybe that they'll want to accelerate in that last 10. They've got wickets in hand, so that's a good thing. 2 set batsmen. It was a couple of days ago, but still plenty of opportunity to score runs out there.
Yeah, the pitch does look to be on the slowish side. But I think these two have done so well. The slow start that they had in the morning. Bring up their partnership to 97.
Oh, short ball. He's looked to heave that over the onside field. He's just lifted his head, not watched the ball. That's why he's got a bottom edge. He had 1 run.
Shingam secure. Chamuchma just pumping that one down to sweeper to mark the end of the 29th over. It's 129 for 2. Brandon Mafuta to continue.
Another short delivery. Shibaba gets 1 into the onside. Brings up the 100 partnership between these two. 125 for 2. 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 125 batted really nicely once again. They're both in good form. Need to make sure they bat through these next 10-15 overs so that they can really make a surge for a big total in the last 10.
They've done well, these two. I think the key now is to set it up for the big hitters who are coming in with the likes of it's been cut away by Nkosana Mpofu, cleaned up by Tinashim Chawaya for 1 run. And Brendan Mafuta bowling his last over. Very well bowled. Getting some pitch there, Brandon Mafuta, and some bounce. It's a pity he dropped a catch there to get himself a wicket.
Yeah, not the person that you want to be dropping with the kind of form that he's in, Chamuchibaba. A couple of overs ago off his bowling as well. Nkosana Mpofu dropped it, slipped by Tsiga, so he's created the opportunities, showing signs of why he was the best bowler and the player of the tournament in the Pro50 Championship. The end of the 30th, 132 for 2.
Tashinga Msekiwa continuing from the city end into his 5th over. Previously that was the end of Brendan Mafuta's spell, 10 overs for just 30 runs. So far Tashinga Msekiwa has only gone for 18 runs in his 4 overs, holding back these 2 northern batsmen. Shallow sweep there from Chamuchibaba, cleaned up by Victor Nyauchi at 45, and we see that ball again, you know, the 24-yarder, one that he bowls right next to the umpire. Just trying. Smart bowler he is with the change-ups.
Yeah, you've got to. I was just talking with Cunningham before you came back on that he doesn't have a lot of pace behind the ball. No, that's pulled away. That's pulled away. And it's because of that lack of pace that if you bowl short and leg side-ish like that, he'll get put away.
A very good shot there by Nkosana Mpofu. Just rocking back and helping it along, bidding 45 and dip square in that gap. And Tashinga Msekiwa just losing his radar just a bit. Having bowled so well. And then bowling to an in-form Nkosana Mpofu, that'll be bread and butter to him.
And the deft touch this time. Opening the blade, getting the single down to 3rd man. And we were just talking about Msekiwa, and because he lacks in pace, he has to make up for that some other way. I'm very happy to see that he's got those different variations, bowls from behind the stumps, not the normal place he would bowl from. He's got to have those skills to be effective as a bowler.
Like the the way he runs in, so much energy for a young man. Always looking to improve every time, every ball, every game. He's done so well for Midwest Rhinos. I remember watching Tashinam Sagona still at Prince Edward. Marks the end of the 31st over. 139 for 2.
Chapi uya guest kapa napa mara mune mutaura cricket mudari mukomi
Jonathan Campbell from the airport end. Also a tricky customer, bowling some leggies. Does a bit of change-ups when he bowls to the left-hander, bowls some oldies when he bowls to the left-hander. Plies his trade for Midwest Rhinos. He's also had a decent season with the ball. I'm joined here in the commentary box by Aino Chabi, who has been part of the umpires group for these games. Good morning, Aino.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well. Thank you for joining us. I know from your busy schedule, taking time and coming to talk to us.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Pulled away by Chamuchibaba down to Cow Corner for 1. Chamuchibaba moves on to 42. So I know how's been your season going so far?
It has been a big season. I think it has been a big season for me.
John Campbell continuing. Looking for one there in Kosana Pofu. And we'll come back to you after the over. Score is 142 for 2 with 18 overs to go. Secure to continue. Chamu pumps that one straight over. Midoff said for 4. Slightly short from Tashinga Msekiwa. With Chamu Chibaba up to the task, moving his score to 47 of 64 balls. He's been a man in form, Chamu. Very good cricket. And then he pumps that one down to long on for 1. As I said, I'm joined here by Aino Chabi, one of the officials during the regional games. I know how's been the quality of the players that you've seen on show so far this season. Leading, I know you also did the T10s as well as the domestic T10s as well as the T20s, and leading to the Pro50s coming into the 2022-23 season.
I think for the T10 games, I didn't do much of the games because I wasn't around. And then for the regionals, there's been some good cricket displayed, and there's some guys who are raising up their hands, and I think you've seen how they've been playing since day one. Though we had a wet outfield in the first game and then the second game as well, but I think there's been a good display of cricket from both the batters and the bowlers.
A drop catch there by Brandon Mafuta, dropping the informed Nkosana Mpofu. Southerners have dropped quite a number of catches today. Fielding not up to scratch, a couple of misfields and a couple of drop catches, giving Nkosana Mpofu being dropped twice now. And Chamu Chibaba just knocks that one down for a single as well. How knowledgeable are the boys so far with the new laws? So there are some new laws that have come in, I think effective 1 October. Are they very knowledgeable, or they're still a bit more in tune to the old laws as coming into the game?
I think there are only a few changes, and I think with the amount of cricket they've played this season with the Pro50s, I think we started with the new changes. So I think now everyone is knowledgeable and they are aware of what's supposed to be happening when, let's say, for example, a catch is taken that the striker has to, the incoming batsman has to face the next delivery, whether they've crossed or not. And I think they're now knowledgeable. And I think the amount of cricket they've played, everyone is now aware of what's expected of them.
Well, that's how Chamu Chibaba moves to 49, marking the end of the over. It's 151 for 2. Bowled him. Chamu Chibaba chops that one on onto off stump. And goes out looking to play. A back foot punch through the covers with the slowness of the pitch. Jonathan Campbell managed to sneak one through. And Chamu Chibaba dismissed by Jonathan Campbell for 50 of 67 balls. And in that process, umpires called drinks. It's 151 for 3. Tarsam Sakanda for his first game. Jonathan Campbell continuing, getting Chamuchi Baba to play a false shot there and getting an inside edge onto his off stump. This is the first game for Tarsam Sakanda for Midwest Rhinos down in Kwekwe. And off the mark he goes. Knocking it down to long on for one, bringing Kosanam Pofu back on strike. He's on 72 off 85 balls. Just to catch you up to speed. What happened earlier? Northerns won the toss and elected to bat first. Brandon Zingamnyama International Marimani got things going for the Northerns, but were dismissed in a double wicket over by Victor Nyauchi. With Dewa Marimani going up first, caught by Richmond Tumbami behind the stumps, dancing down the wicket and nicking it off. And 2 balls later, Victor Nyauchi trapping Brian Zinganyama, LBW, as we see Tarsam Sakanda just rotating the strike a bit more, not looking to play big shots, marking the end of the 34th over. The score is 154 for 3. Change of bowling from the City end. Siga into the attack, bowling some slow left arms off, some slow right arm off spin. Bowling to Charisai Sakanda. Some field adjustments being made there by Richmond Tumbami. Just piling a bit more pressure on the new batter. Bringing a mid-off up. Just having only 3 guys manning the boundary. With a deep square leg, a cow corner and a long on. Starts off with a wide. Big hoik there from Tarsam Sakanda, just eluding that mid-wicket fielder to Shingam Sakiwa for one, cleaned up by Timson Maruma at Cow corner, bringing Kosana back on strike, still on 72 of 89 balls, with the run rate up at 4.56 to the over, with a projected score of 228. Beautiful play by Kosana Mpofu, just driving that one down to long on for one. And I think here there's no pressure for them here. You just have to keep on rotating as much as possible. A reverse sweep played there by Tarsam Sakanda. By signal. Let's meet everything. Single down to long on. Sanapofu looking settled, not looking to take any risks at the moment, not looking to attack, just looking to just rotate the strike a bit more. Very well played by Taisam Sakanda, very good play of spin, just knocking that ball down to long on. Pushing the score to 160 for 3. Single to mark the end of the 35th over. Score is 161 for 3. Jonathan Campbell continuing from the airport end. Pulling to Kosana Mpofu, just danced down the wicket. Drove the ball down to long off for 1. Call for 2 there from Tarisam Sakanda. A good attack in there from Tafatso Tsiga coming in from the mid-wicket region, just to cut it off for 1 run. Swiveled around, slight leggish by Jonathan Campbell, allowing the 2 batters to cross over. Down the wicket again from Kosana Mpofu, and just looking to hit the ball straight and rotate strike a bit more. I think this is a very good ploy by these 2 batters, trying to rotate strike as much as possible. Beautiful shot by Tarisai Sakanda, going down on 1 knee and sweeping it and beating the 2 fielders inside the circle. Fine leg and deep square leg for 4. As I alluded earlier, very good play of spin, Tarisai. Just gone down on 1 knee and swept that ball hard for 4. A raw ball from Jonathan Campbell to close off his over with a score on 170 for 3. Tafatso Tsiga. Kosana Mpofu just pumps the ball down to the super region. Cleaned up by Kevin Kasuza. They're not looking to take any risks at the present moment. Current run rate is 4.72. Running hard is Tarisam Sakanda, looking to come back for 2, but very well fielded by Timson Maruma, restricting them to just 1 run. They still have big hitters in the hut. Easy one into the circle, cleaned up by the bowler, Tafazatsiga. The Northern's batsman still have the likes of Shingirai Masakadza, William Mashinge, and Ainsley Ndlovu. Who can actually hit the ball clean and hard over the infield. So these two might be looking to bat for another 6 to 7 overs. Just kicking the ball around like what they're doing now to set up a big score for the Thousands to chase. Very well played by Nkosana Mpofu. They're looking for 2. And an overthrow. Poor backing up there by Victor Nyauchi. And clearly Southern's captain Richmond Tumbami not happy about that. To mark the end of the over. It's 178 for 3. Jonathan Campbell continuing from the airport end, bowling into his 4th over, gone for 14 runs, and he's got that solitary wicket of Chamuchi Baba. Seeing Nkosana Mpofu using his feet more to Jonathan Campbell. Here's Tarisam Sakanda as well, hoiking the ball down to Cow Corner for 1, cleaned up by Tashinga Sekiwa, pushing the partnership to 25 runs. And a wide ball signaled by umpire Chris Perry. With Nkosana Mpofu now on 85 of 97 balls, looking poised to get a big one here. Nkosana Mpofu again dancing down the wicket and driving straight down the ground for 1 to long off. I think Tarisam Sakanda has been an able partner. Very good running. Very good running by these two batters. A bit of laziness from the two, with Brian Mavuta, Timson Maruma cleaning up that ball, allowing Tarisam Sakanda to go through for a single. top edge. Nkosana Mpofu going to his favorite sweep shot that he's played so well today. But no risk of a wicket. Very well ball by Jonathan Campbell to close off the 30th over with the score 183 for 3. Tafadzwa Tsiga to continue from the city end, bowling into his third over. He's gone for 13 runs. Just looking here at the bowling card for the Southerns, still a lot of bowling to be done. With Enos Masugu only having bowled 5 overs, as well as Victor Nyauchi as well. With Kamumba also having bowled 6. The only bowler who's bowled out was the prime spinner, Brendan Mavuta. Very unfortunate not to get any wickets in a spell. 2 drop catches. As you see, Tafadzwa Tsiga continuing there. A good start with a top ball. Tashinga Msakio has also bowled 6 overs. So Richard Tumbami just rotating his bowlers very well and identifying that this wicket is now more sprint friendly. Well played by Nkosana Mpofu, as I'm joined here by Tino Maoyo. Very good breakfast, Tino.
No breakfast.
Played by Tarsem Sakanda. I like the way Tarsem Sakanda is coming. Looking to rotate from ball 1, not taking any risks.
Yeah, finds himself in a role that he's not too used to. Of course, normally in this format, we'll open the batting or we'll bat in the top order. Ooh, that looks good. That looks very good. It's out. It's out. He's gone back looking to tuck that into the onside. It's just skidded on. Probably kept a bit low. But an important wicket taken by Tsiga.
Yes, and to pick up the length there and running back, been beaten, playing for turn. It looked like just carried on with the arm. Trapped LBW by Tafadzwa Tsiga for 88. But very well batted by Nkosana Mpofu. It's the total for the Northerns. The score is 185 for 4. Tanaka Chivanga to the crease. But we're on the non-strikers in. That was the last ball of the last over. That got Nkosana for full trap LBW. With John Campbell continuing from the airport end. Ball into Tarisai Sakanda. It's a turn there. They're pushing for two. This is very good run. Very good running by Tarisai Sakanda. I think they feel that with the bigger square boundaries here, if you actually hit the ball well into the gap, you can get your twos.
Open spaces on the left side, and Sakanda just forcing it into that area. Thought about two, Chivanga, but Young Mseki were quick off the long on boundary, ensuring they just get one. It was fifth over Jonathan Campbell. 22 runs off his bowling. The full wicket of the captain, Kamuchi Baba. What a edge that ricocheted into the stumps. It'll be interesting to see what role Chivanga will play, being brought into the batting lineup this early on in the innings.
Yes, he's accustomed to be known as a big hitter. Maybe
well, I think after shot you can see what role he's been asked to play. He's going to look to get on with things. So now that Chivanga probably pick up that scoring rate. They go in the final 10 overs of the innings. 190 for 4 at the moment. 3 balls to go in the 40th over. Scoring rate at 4.84. Outside edge.
maybe the Northerns take bench, feel that they need to get on with things, and they're still held back Shingi Masakaza as well as Spencer Magodo. An appeal there from the wicket-keeper. The umpire says not out. End of the over. It's 193 for 4 with 10 to go. Tafadzasiga to continue from the city end. Part-time off spinner. Brought into the attack by Regional Tubami. And want to get the breakthrough, to get the dangerous and Nkosana Mpofu trapped LBW in the previous over. It's now bowling to Tanaka Chivanga. And immediately Chivanga, you can tell by the way he's loading up, he's looking to go big. Just pumps that one down to long on for 1. Bringing Tari Simon Sakanda on strike. He's on 17 off 19 balls. Gives himself room. He just misses out. Interesting to know, wicket-keeper turned bowlers usually break partnerships.
Yeah, very interesting to see Seager with ball in hand, but we've seen that this pitch the other day took some turn, misbehaving today. The ball's keeping low, a bit of extra bounce with some. And you just got to be careful though when you use a part-time bowler like Seager. You've got him on, you've got a wicket for you, that's good. Don't keep him on too long. He's done the job that you require him to do.
Yes, I think if I was Richmond Tubami, maybe this will be his last over, because still my still have a big hoik there. Chivanga hitting the Q end of the bat. Looking to go downtown. Playing a reverse sweep. Trapped LBW. Foster Mtizo doesn't take time to give that out. So the experiment of bringing Tanaka Chivanga up the order does not work for the Northerns. It's trapped LBW again by Tafadza Tsiga for only 4 runs with the score on 195 for 4. Jonathan Campbell continuing from the airport end. Tafadza Tsiga has just bowled 4 overs with 18 runs. Has already picked up 2 wickets. Yep. That has brought Shingirai Masakadza to the crease. So we saw the ploy by the Northerns take stuff, trying to bring in Tanaka Chivanga to get on with things. Looks like that's backfired, but has also brought in the big hitter Shingirai Masakadza, who also can bowl between the wickets. Very well up by Kevin Kasuda. These two are looking to run hard between the wickets. I'm joined here by Kaningam Ngube. As you see, Tarisam Sakanda just continuing knocking the ball around, not looking to play any big shots. Kani, do you think the Northern's batsmen need to try and get a move on now? Trying to reach 240 mark?
Yep. Just under 9 overs to go. They'll be looking to push that score right up to probably 260, 270. If they can get just more than runnable, they should be comfortable. They still.
A big sweep by Shingi Masakadza into that deep mid-wicket gap, and they get back for 2. As we alluded earlier on, big open spaces on the leg side. And it's allowing the batsman to run back for 2. But with big Shingai Masakadza, all the fielders will be standing tight on the rope. Slight adjustment from there we go. Sweeps hard again, looking for 2. But very well fielded by Tadiwanashe Kaitano. Also those 2 runs brought up the 200 mark for the Northerns. Very well bowled by Jonathan Campbell to mark the end of the 42nd over. With 8 overs to go, Northerns are 201 for 5. Change of bowling. Secure coming back into the attack. Replacing Tofazo Tsiga, who bowled 4 overs, 18 runs and picked up 2 crucial wickets for the Southerns. Can safely say job done. The long off's hit by Shingai Masakadza. That's the power that he possesses. A big shot, hitting Tashinga Msekiwa for his first ball, putting him under pressure, pushing the score to 207 for 5. Good shot there, Kani.
Strong, powerful shot down the ground by Kalo Masakadza.
Good comeback there from Tashinga Msekiwa, bowling again. That one that I like to call a 24-yarder. The one that he bowls right next to the umpire, trying to get Shimasa to play his shot, go through his shot early. Shingai Masakadza read it very well. Just defended that one. And they are gone, and bang, slog sweep over Cow Corner for another 6. Shingai Masakadza on the charge here at Queen Sports Club.
Yeah, just exactly what they would have looked for him to do. He's come in, he's banged 2 big 6s. Kalo Masakadza, a strong man. He'll be looking to get a couple more of those shots just to push that score up to that 70 to 80. I think they still possess some firepower at the back end with Ainsley Ndlovu still to come. Faraz Akram also can clear the boundary.
Change of line of attack by Tashinga Msekiwa coming round the wicket, and Shingai Masakadza, as a senior statesman in this Northern's team, just knocks that one down for 1 to bring Tarisam Sakanda back on strike. Yeah, talking about the firepower still in the Northern's changing room. Still have Ainsley Ndlovu, who hasn't had a chance of a bat in this series. But they still have also the likes of Spencer Magodo, who's still in the dugout. Inside edge, beats the keeper, beats 45 after it. Well fielded and rolls it back in. Today the Northern batsmen have run so well, they've gone through for 3. Slight change up as well from Tashinga Msekiwa. who I feel again he's bowled very well again today. 6.4 overs, has gone for 47. Coming around the wicket again to Shingi Masakadza, who left sweeps him. Good skill work from the big man. And going round and then cleaned up by Victor Nyauchi down at deep square leg. Very good batting here from Shingi Masakadza, who's pushed the score to 219 for 5 with 7 overs to go. Ernest Masugu back into the attack. Had a very good first spell bowling from the city end. Now has been changed ends. Now bowling from the airport end, bowling to Tarasam Sakanda. The Northerns looking to up the ante. As we see Tarasam Sakanda shuffling across, trying to get Ernest Masugu off his lines, but he's able to the task. The top ball to start off with. Good start from Ernest Masugu.
Good start. You can see what Tarisai Musakanda is thinking there. He's just trying to get one and bring the big man Shingi Masakadza onto strike.
Slow ball there from Ernest Masugu, and Tarisai Musakanda just drives that one through to Carl corner, bringing Shingai Masakadza back on strike. Applies his trade for Mountaineers, Pro50 Championship 22-23 winners. Big swing there. Frustration from Shingai Masakadza. Looking to go straight over Masugu's head, but just I feel he lost his shape just a bit with the slowness of the wicket. Most probably also the release from Ernest Masugu, maybe a cutter.
Yeah, I can feel his frustration there. You'll think he'll missed out there. It was right in the slot. Probably losing his shape too early.
Play from Tarisai Musakanda, just standing there and just letting his hands go through the ball. 1 run. What has impressed me about these northern batsmen is the rotation has improved every game. They've rotated more. They haven't looked to take too much risk. They've put pressure on the boundary riders. Bang! Straight up in the air. Brandon Mavuta coming round and lets it go. And that has gone for 6 from Shingai Masakadza. He's on the charge here.
Has he let that go? Oh, it's cleared by quite a distance from up here. It seemed to just be over the boundary. Probably could have got his hands onto it and just maybe punched it back into the field.
Enes Masugu comes back, traps Shingrai Masakadza, LBW. The dangerous Shingrai Masakadza has to go.
Brilliant bowling
Brilliant.
by Enes Masugu. Full straight. That's why you're looking to bowl. If the batsman misses, you're hitting. And no way of restricting them scoring the runs. Unless if you just take the wickets.
228 for 6. The wicket of Shingi Masakadza marked the end of the 44th over. And we see Spencer Magodo joining Tarisai Masakanda. But he'll be at the non-striker's end. And we see Victor Nyauchi, who also started his spell from the airport end. Has been changed ends. Bowling from the city end for a second spell. Currently with the run rate at 5.18, with a projected score at 259.
Yeah, the Northers will be looking to get more than that 259. The amount of batsmen still left outside. And the two that are in, Spencer and Tarisai, they'll fancy their chances.
Clip down to the leg side, looking for two. Good running. Good running by these two. As we said, big open spaces on the leg side. It's a fairly brick ground here at Queen Sports Club. And still, the outfield looks still a bit heavy with all the rain that we had this past week.
Yeah, I think we'll see lots of that running from these two, not heavily built to clear the boundaries, so they'll be looking to run hard, just push the balls into the spaces and run hard between the wickets. And if the odd boundary comes, they might just take it.
Tarisai Masakanda is steadily gone to 26 of 28 balls. Good running again from Tarisai Masakanda, just punching it through. But I think at this stage of the innings, Kani, wouldn't you want at least one of your batters to be a big hitter? Try and get an odd boundary here or there during the over, and then rotate the rest. At least two boundaries in the over and get your singles going.
Yeah, but what you'll get with these two is, with their running, they could get probably 2 runs from every ball, or just at least 1 run, and then the odd boundary will definitely come. As you can see, Tarisai pushing hard there. But you can also get big overs just by running hard between the wickets. If you run quick 2s in the over, you've got your 12, which is good enough even in the death. And with their skills as well, they will get the odd boundary here and there. But a big positive if you have someone who can clear also the boundary.
So far, 5 runs coming off this over, with 2 balls to go. Prince Spencer Magodo played very well on Monday. taking his team home. Slow ball from Victor Nyauchi. Just pumped down to the sweeper region for one. Now it's 6 runs off this over so far. As you alluded to, Kani, that these two are very good runners between the wickets and very quick between the wickets. Meaning the southern fielders will have to now be more alert and try and cut off those twos. See Terry Sakanda as well, just flicking that ball down to Carl corner to mark the end of the 45th over with the score on 235 for 6. Ines Masugu to continue, bowling his 7th over. To try Sam Sakanda, just taking a look at the field here. Try Sam Sakanda dancing about the crease. Ines Masugu up to the task, bowling a slow ball. Bowling a slow ball to Teresa Sakando, just laps it to deep square, to square leg rather, and goes through for one. A slight change to the field for Ernest Masugu, sending deep square down to the boundary and bringing in a mid-off. He still has, as well as Timson Maruma being stationed back to the fine leg region and bringing Victor Nyauchi up to short 3rd position. And he still has his cow corner on Tashinga Msekiwa and Brandon Mavuta long on. Pulled away inside edge, and it beats Timson Maruma for 4. A bit wayward there from Masugu.
Good start to the over. 5 runs of just the 2 balls. Pressure on Masugu now to keep this down as possible.
Slow ball driven down the ground for one. Clean up there by Brendan Mavuta. Wide ball signaled by Chris Peary with the current run rate on 5.30 with the projected score on 265.
Not the right line to be bowling there from Masugu, just trying down the leg side with just those 2 fielders at backward square leg and short fine leg. Any bat on that's racing away to the boundary. You'd want to bowl to where his boundary riders are.
Nicely done by Teresa Sakanda, who's just moving steadily. She's moved on to 30 of 32 balls. Spencer Magodo on 7 of 4 balls. Short ball from Masubu. It's straight down to our corner for 1.
Good bowling to his field.
The Northerns on 244 for 6. Just 1 ball to come. Just knocked down long on region for 1, cleaned up by Brenda Mavuta. Good going by these two. Northern's 245 for 6 with 4 overs to come. Victor Nyauchi continuing from the city end. Tarim Sakanda dancing down the wicket and they're running hard. They're going to come back for 2 and they get the 2. Very good running. Pressure on Victor Nyauchi's first up.
Brilliant running. They took off quite quickly. They ran the first one very hard and they make it comfortable for 2.
Already pushing.
Shows how good their running is. If you're gonna take on Brandon Mavuta, he's not the slowest in the field. One of the quickest across the.
Slow ball. Oh, misfield there by Victor Nyauchi and allows Spencer Magodo and Tarsem Sakanda to sneak in a single. As I said, as we alluded earlier on when I was on air with Tino, this Albans fielding hasn't been up to scratch. A couple of drop catches, a couple of misfields as well.
Yeah, that score would read a lot differently if they had taken their chances. And obviously the cleaning up, the misfield, miss run-outs here and there could prove costly.
Very well protected leg side field, implying that Victor Nyauchi wants to go for the stumps. Cheeky from Tarisam Sakanda trying to get that ball over the keeper. Just mistimes it.
Yeah, a very good idea. As they continue to search for those boundaries, it's just one man at short fine leg. Any bet on that? It's racing away for 4, so it's a good option.
Slow ball balled and taken. Tafatsa Tsega marks the end of Tarisam Sakanda for 34 of 35 balls. Very well batted by Tarisam Sakanda with only 1 boundary in that 34. Leaving the score 249 for 7. William Mashinge up to the crease. Come here to face Victor Nyauchi, who just picked up the wicket of Tarisem Sakanda. First, it was slow ball full toss of the 47th over. It also brings up the 250 for the Northerns. With 3 overs to go, it's 250 for 7. And that's Masugu continuing from the port end, bowling to William Mashinge. These two are the ones who took the Northerns home on Monday, batted very well after a very by the top order. The likes of Brian Tinganyama and Tadiwanashi Marumani. Can they push Northern score close to the 2-8 mark? Big swing, straight down the wicket. Well filled, Brendan Mavuta down at long on, just to restrict. They took the Northerns just 2 runs, saving another 2. Well fielded by Brendan Mavuta.
Great stuff. He ran a long way to his left, close to 20 meters to his left to stop that. As I said earlier, he's quite quick across the field. That's why you see him in the boundary riding there.
Another shot straight down long off region for just 1 run. Very good bowling from Ines Masugu. Very good death bowler.
Yeah, they've done well both with Victor Nyauchi to restrict the batsman from getting a lot of boundaries. I think we last saw a boundary when Chingi Masakaza was on the field. It's just been 2s and 1s here and there.
Top edge. No ball called by the umpire. But good catch by Richmond Mtumbami. But a no ball signaled by the umpires. Feeling that it was slightly above waist height. From our angle here, looked like a touch too high. Very unlucky for Ines Masugu. I think missing his line. They're trying to go for the Yorker.
Unlucky for Masugu and Mutumbami. It's a brilliant catch. Not the easiest catch as a wicket keeper.
Free hit from a run, well bowled by Ines Masugu. Just pitching it out of William Mashinge's arc of hitting. Just gets a top ball. Very, very important top ball at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be facing lots of those even at the end of this innings. Just get better on ball, at least each and every ball.
Very well bowled again from Ines Masugu, ringing up the changes, bowling some couple of slow balls. It's very hard to get the ball away. The bowler changes his pace, varies his pace. And with the big square boundaries, you really have to connect one to clear those 3 guys on the leg side. Very well bowled again, hard length into the wicket for no run, marking the end of the 48th over. 256 for 7. with 2 overs to go. Victor Nyauchi to continue from the city end, bowling his 8th over. Very well bowled, bowling a leg stump York, and only William Mashinga could do is just hit it straight down to Brendan Mavuta for 1. He's bowled very well in this series, Victor Nyauchi. He's got 3 wickets already in this match.
Yeah, good operator with the ball is Victor Nyauchi. Both up front and at the back end.
Little sweep of a slow ball from Spencer Magodo. And we only give him 2 runs. So far, three runs off the 2 balls that have been bowled.
Played quite a lot is Victor Nyauchi. He knows exactly what needs to be done at any point in a game.
Full toss again. Umpire Chris Peary signals that it was fine. And the misfield again illustrates how bad the Southlands have been on the field. Clean throw from Richmond Tumbami. Having a go at William Shinge, saying he might have gone into his line of sight there and he lost the ball, allowing them to go back for 2 runs.
Yeah, that's what we call the dark arts of cricket. Just getting in line of the wicket keeper there is William Mashinge.
Another fumble again from the Southlands. Very bad fielding today, Southlands. They've been on the field for close to 49 overs now. And this is the 1st full game that we've played in this series. Rain has stayed away. It's a clear blue skies here in Blowout. Pretty warm. Slow ball bowled by Victor Nyauchi. Very well bowled. Only going for 1. You wouldn't mind that as a bowler at this stage of the innings.
He will take the ones. What he won't like is getting hit for boundaries. So he's done very well in this spell, Victor Nyauchi. He'll be looking to finish off well here.
Short ball. Beats 45 and is racing away to the boundary and goes away for 4 off the bat of Spencer Magodo. Very well played. Victor Nyauchi, bad finish to the over. 49 overs gone. Score is on 267 for 7. And it's Masugu to bowl the last over of the game, of the innings, rather. Starts off with William Mashinga just going across to the off stump, trying to get the ball over 45. Just missed timing, losing his shape in doing so, bringing Spencer Magodo
Yeah,
to
that's
strike.
the best place to go if you're Will Mashinge. A little bit shorter than the other side.
Sliced away over, extra cover into spaces there, allows the batsman to come back for 2. Pushing the score. To 270 with 4 balls to go to close these innings.
The Northerns would love just 1 or 2 boundaries to close off this innings. Probably on to 80.
Spencer Magodo trying as well to go over that 45 region, but gets too much bat on it and ends up going to deep square leg for just 1 run. It's difficult to hit the square shots today. Cunningham looks like the ball is holding up a bit into
Plenty pace of those balls. So difficult to. They'll be trying to look for 2 here. Pushing hard. 2 it is.
good running.
Good running.
Good running from William Mashinga and Spencer Magodo. Try to get as much runs as they can off this last over. Maybe trying to creep close to that 280, 278 mark. Trying to scoop it over short third. William Mashinga, out he goes. Caught by Victor Auchi at short third. Short stay from William Mashinga. 10 off 10 balls. Northerns 273 for 7 with 2 balls to come. Ainsley Ndlovu coming to the crease to face just the 1 ball left in this innings. Just applies his trade for Matebeleni Tuskers as the captain. And he's got his prime fast bowler bowling to him. It's going to be an interesting contest with just 1 ball to go. Interesting to see where Ainsley is going to go. Interesting to see where Ernest is also going to go. Bowled him. Of a slow ball. Very well bowled by Ernest Masuku. Good finish by the Southerns in this innings. And Ainsley looking to hit that ball over square leg and just missing a slow ball and clipping the bells at the top. Very well bowled by Ernest Masuku. Very good last over. Just yielding 6 runs with 2 wickets in there. Northerns 273 for 9 in their 50 overs. And just to give you a short highlight of what happened earlier on, the Northerns chose to bowl first. They won the toss and chose to bat first. And Brian Nzingamnyama and Taudiwa Nacho Marumani got things going, but were dismissed in a double wicket over by Victor Nyauchi. Brian Nzingamnyama LBW for 11. Taudiwa Marumani caught Richmond Mtumbami of the bowling of Victor Nyauchi. Then Nkosana Mpofu and Chamuchi Baba came together and steadied the sheep and putting up a 100-run partnership with Nkosana scoring 88 and Chamuchibaba scoring 50. Taisam Sakanda came in, put some impetus, running hard between the wickets for his 35 of 38. Tanaka Chavanga didn't bother the scorers that much with only 4 runs. Shinga Masakadza also came in and with some big striking, 27 of 18 balls, with Spencer Magodo holding out 21 of 14 balls not out. And then the last wicket to fall, Ainsley Ndlovu for naught. From the bowling side, Ernest Masugu bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 60 runs with 3 wickets. Victor Nyauchi, 8 overs, 42 runs with 3 wickets. But the pick of the bowlers was very unfortunate with some drop catching. Chashingam Sekiwa, Brendan Mavuta rather, 10 overs for 30 runs. And then Konama just 3 runs with no wickets. Could have had more if the Southerners had taken their catches. So as we go for the innings break as well as and take lunch, Southerns we need 274 runs to win. They allocated 50 overs. Join us then.
But and this is in fun rock. And I don't know. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Queen Sports Club. It's the third and final Regionals Pro 50 series between the Northerns and the Southerns. Today, Southerns won the toss earlier. We chose to field, putting on the Northerns to bat first. Northern started off rather slowly, but ended up with a total of 2 sets in their 50 overs. Best batsman there was Nkosana Mpofu, who scored 88 of 104, put on a good partnership with Chamo Chibaba, scored a 50. Tari Musakanda was quite busy bowling, batting with getting 35 of his 38 deliveries. And we're here. Southerns just began the chase, opening with Kevin Kasuza and Takuzo Nashe Kaitano. With the ball in hand for the Northerns, Faraz Akram bowling from the city end. Pick of the bowlers for the Southerns was Ernest Masugu with 3 for 60 in 9 overs. Victor Nyauchi also got 3 for 42 in 8 overs. Tafadzo Tsiga 2 for 18 in his 4 overs. Faraz Akram started off well in his first over. 5 balls bowled and no runs yet. Another dot to end the over. No runs in the first over, 0 for 0 after 1 over. To open the bowling for the Northerns from the airport end, Tanaka Chivanga. Just a slip in place. Just an indication of not much movement in this wicket. Starts off well with just a touch of away movement to the right-hander. Joined in the commentary box by Slim Gunda. How's it, Slim?
Hi, Kani. Seeing Tanaka Chivanga back into the northern side.
Again, some away movement by Tanaka. We'll be looking to get the playing more, probably angling in onto that off stump a little bit more. Just trying to error of the batsman.
Yeah, well, here the margin of error is going to be very, very minimum. Took a dash, took a look at the pitch during the changeover. It looks much drier.
There you go. Much better. Nice, full and straight. Attacking the stumps. Another dot from Chivanga. Pushing him back. Takuzwa Nashikaitano going on foot. Trying to get that ball through the point region, but very well fielded by Enslin Ndlovu, Tuskers captain. A change in the commentary box, now joined by Vumi Moyo. Full and straight on the pads. Kaitano pushes it through mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. First runs on the board. It's 2 for no loss after 2 overs.
Good afternoon, Cunningham. Good afternoon to all the viewers. Faraz Akram to pick up the attack from the city end. Bowled very well in the second, that shortened game, Kani. And he started off well again today. Another throat ball. Spoke about the approach to the Northern's innings this morning. Both batters were very watchful. and in the process used up a lot of deliveries before losing their wickets in the same over. And that's gone straight past the bowler. Very good shot up the middle of Kasuza's bat. Slightly overpitched, but he's made the most of that.
Very well played, Wiso. Seems like a reflection of the shot that Tadiwa Nashima played earlier on in the day. Just slightly overpitched by the bowler. Kevin Kasuza holds his shape, leans into it, and just punches it back over the bowler's head. Much needed boundary.
This time he's gone through extra cover. No chance for the fielder there. Faraz again looking for that swing, pitching the ball right up there underneath the batsman's nose, and Kasuza doesn't need a second invitation for that. Fantastic cover drive. Back-to-back boundaries. And we can say the Southern's innings are up and running.
He's leant onto that Kasuza and crunched it through that extra cover region. Brilliant technique there. Dipping his shoulder into that shot and keeping it on the ground. Very well played. Back-to-back fours.
Better line, better response from Faraz Akram. That one lifting a little bit from outside the off stump. Not much the batter can do with that. Pushes it out to backward point. No run this time. So Cunningham, the story of the past matches has been how both batters have approached the power play. Let's see if there's a difference in the chase as to the approach this morning. Again, he finds the backward point fielder for no run. So it looks like the team that makes the most out of the power play wins the match.
Indeed, it just sets the tone for the rest of the batters coming in to just bat through the overs without any pressure of getting that run rate up. So we see here these guys have started well, and hopefully they'll continue with that. What I've noticed is that in all three games, in all two games that we've played here before, the side batting second has won that match. Could it be the same story here today? End of the third over, 11 without loss. Chivanga continues from the airport end.
Just sliding that one slightly down the leg side. Kasuza helps that further down to the fine leg fielder. Cleans up. Keeps it to one. Going back to the discussion you started in the previous over, Cunningham. Yes, we've seen that the team batting second has won, and won quite comfortably. Maybe it's the use of the power play because the conditions in the afternoon. Quick single there. Shy the non-strikers in, but he's home comfortably. Good running from the two. Umpire signals leg buys. Still signaling the leg buys, waiting for the scorers to pick up that signal. Testing the fitness of Christopher Piri, and he's still signaling. Finally, the scorers acknowledging. the conditions in the afternoon would be easy because the sun has been out. It's baked the pitch for a bit more. There's less moisture. And maybe the team batting second therefore has an easier approach or an easier wicket to bat on, so they can attack a bit more as the ball is not doing as much as it was in the morning. You've seen Faraz Akram, the couple of overs he's bowled this afternoon, has not misbehaved anywhere near as much as it did on Monday morning when the pitch was very fresh and the covers had just been removed and there was a lot of cloud cover and moisture around. So that might have a bearing as to how the team batting in the afternoon approaches their innings. Arms and shoulders to that one. Another mitigating factor today, Cunningham, might be the fielding. We saw when the Southerns fielded this morning, lots of misfields, plenty of drop catches. So I think if the Northerns hold on to their catches and take their chances, then definitely that will swing the match today. Big shots! 6 runs. Chivanga drops that one shot. Kasuza just swivels it and shovels it across the backward square, and 6 runs.
Brilliant shot by Kevin Kasuza. Just looking to come hard at the batsman is Tanaka Chivanga, dropping that one short, but very well controlled by Kasuza.
Short again. It's going to again miss communication in the running, but it's knocked on by the fielder mid-wicket. So eventually they get through for that 1 run. No harm done. At the end of that over, 20 for no loss. Faraz Akram continues, driven on the offside by Kasuza. 1 bounce, it's picked up at the shot, extra cover. Not the best of timing by Kasuza there. You'd have had his heart in his mouth for a split second as that ball might have carried to the field at short extra cover. As the Akram comes in, and this time Kasuza middles it over mid-on's head, couple of bounces into the long-on boundary. And just what we spoke about in the previous over, Kasuza is turning on the power, and the power play here is chalk and cheese to how the Northerns approach their batting in the morning.
Kevin Kasuza is a good enough player to put anything that is over-pitched by Faraz Akram. You can see Faraz Akram trying to come quite full to the batters with the keeper up the stumps, but then slightly over-pitching on most instances, hence the boundaries that have come.
Much better length this time, and Kasuza can't get underneath that one. The difference between bowling in the morning and in the afternoon we spoke about just now. Not as much swing here on offer for Faraz Akram. also where he lands the ball, Kani, is very important today because he's not getting that much assistance from the pitch and the atmosphere today.
Rightly so, Vumi. His length will be very key here. Not allowing the batsman to go underneath that or dropping it too short for them to go square of the wicket. With nothing happening on this wicket, your length will be very, very, very key.
And that one is guided down. Very well played by Kasuza for 1 run. Third man ambles in from the boundary and does the cleanup work. So the scoreboard is ticking along and ticking along very nicely here. If you have just joined us, Southerns are batting. Currently with 10 wickets in hand on 21, chasing 274 for a series victory.
Been a good start from the Southerns. Mostly Kevin Kasuza.
Third ball completes that over, 21 without loss.
Chivanga continues from the airport end, bowling to Kevin Kasuza.
Fantastic shot from Kevin Kasuza. Chibanga looking for some swing over pitching. On drive. One of the prettiest shots you see in this gentleman's game of cricket. All along the carpet. 4 runs. Straight as you like.
Signs of a guy who's in total control of his game. Nicely balanced is Kevin Kasuza. You have to be properly balanced to hit the ball through that area. Left off mid-on. Kevin Kasuza has taken a liking to Tanaka Chivanga. We also saw in the first Pro 50 match. Really went after him in that innings where he scored a brilliant 82. And today he's collected 3 boundaries off him and a 6. Probably loves the ball onto the bat. Tanaka Chivanga bowls quite a good pace.
On drive this time, he finds the field. Shingi Masakaza does the mopping up mid-wicket. Very good player, Kevin Kasuza. He's been around for a long time. You might remember him opening the batting for the national team in the white ball, in the red ball version. Not sure if he's played white ball cricket for the national team, but he's been in and around it. As the inside edges that one for an easy single. So he has been in and around the system for a long time. Remember him as an under-19 as well, doing very well for the under-19s, coming through the Mountaineer system. He's played some very good knocks at the top of the order for the national team. He's played well for the Mountaineers for probably the last decade or so. And he's showing that he has something to offer as well in the short version, in the wide version of the game. White ball version of the game. And he's taken a liking to Chabanga, big belly bowler Chabanga. Likes to hit the deck and get some lift off the surface. And that ends that particular over. 31 without loss. Raza Kram continuing from the city end. Outside off stump. Everyone seems to have stayed a little low, Kani. It's hit the keeper just under the knee roll. Compared to the bounce we've been seeing, true bounce we've seen all day. First sign of a ball misbehaving off a length here. Big shot of a backward point and bounces and trickles into the fence.
That's the first four by Takuzwa Inashe Kaitano. Talking of just the ball keeping low, Faraz Akram has that skill. We saw how he got Kevin Kasuza in the other match. If I remember correctly, it was the second Pro 50 match. Just that one, just skidding through and staying low right on the stumps. That's what he's done there again.
Right back on the money. Takuto Nashe Kaltano defends that one this time. After flaying the last ball slightly outside of stump, giving him a little bit of width, and he's thrown everything but the kitchen sink at that, and got his first boundary to get his innings underway here. Akram continuing from the city end. That one sliding into middle stump, and they run one on the misfield. I would be disappointed if I was the bowler there. I'd expect my short square fielder to be able to cut that off, Kani. It's not like there was a lot of pace on that ball, and it's quite a good surface here at Queens. There's no reason why the fielder should be misfielding that at this level of cricket.
Yeah, probably just relaxed a little bit and took his eyes off the ball in the last moment there.
Big shot! Looks like it's coming towards me here in the commentary box. But now it's just gone slightly wide, but that's a huge shot into the net at Queen Sports Club. 6 more runs to Kevin Kasuza. And again, Faraz Akram gets that one quite wrong. Sliding it into middle stump on a half volley length, and Kevin Kasuza gets underneath that and gives it the treatment.
You won't need any second invitation. Is Kevin Kasuza. Anything pitched up by Faraz Akram, he's looked to hit it over the bowler's head, over the fielders in the circle, taking use of that, making use of that power play. He's moved along nicely to 32 and takes his team to 42 for no loss. Straight away there's a change of field. The man has gone down to deep long on. And that's the end of the over. 42 without loss.
Chibanga continuing from the airport end. Playing the miss from Caetano, who's been playing the supporting role to Kevin Souza. Doing very well. We all know you bat in partnerships, but I think he would like to strike a little bit more and not get totted up. That one sliding down leg side. Christopher Piri rather, stretching his arms to signal the wide.
Yeah, talking of partnerships, for me, at times partnerships doesn't really necessarily mean the amount of runs that you're scoring. If your partner is doing well, just get him on strike. Or if you are at the other end, just make sure you're not losing any wickets.
Comes down the wicket. Almost yoked himself by coming down the wicket, but he's adjusted well and opened the face of the bat and guided that down to third man to keep the scoreboard ticking and doing what Cunningham just said. Get the formed man on strike, give him as much of the strike as possible.
And what that does then, it also puts the pressure on the bowlers. They're thinking about getting a wicket. Everyone wants to strike in the power play. But if the wickets are not coming, that's what then happens. You start trying too many things. Now you're pushing balls down leg side for wides.
Coaches will tell you if it's not broke, don't fix it. Chibanga's been bowling that fourth stump channel, doing well, but suddenly in this over he's trying a lot of different things, and already we've seen 2 wides from him. Dot ball there. We've seen 2 wides, and it seems he's looking for the magic delivery to get that much needed breakthrough. Kevin Kasuzo striking it better than a run-up ball. And obviously the Northerns feel that if they get him, it will make a huge difference to the game. So they're trying something extra. Maybe the coach has had a word, maybe the captain has had a word and said, let us try and remove Kevin Kasuza. Again, that one lifts off a length outside of stump and is guided down to third man.
But rather, I would be saying, let's rather keep him quiet and let him come chasing after us. Bowl our lines, bowl our lengths. Keep it tight, keep him quiet for an over or 2 and let him try and make play. That way you're forcing the error from the batsman.
And that's big shots. That looked out from up here as well. I'd given that one. Kani is just missed a straight ball on the inside edge of his bat.
Yeah, Caetano caught in the crease, not moving his feet on time there, with shows the extra pace of Tanaka Chivanga, and is trapped right in front for LB. That's the Northern's first wicket. It's 46 for 1. Akuzwa inash.
Breakthrough from Chivanga. Pitching that one up straight as you like. LBW sees the end of Takuzwa Nashe Kaitana. The new better. Tiga. It's a breakthrough for the Northerns. Not the wicket that I've wanted, but a wicket is a wicket nonetheless.
Much needed breakthrough.
What a shot to start with. Off the back foot and just powerful punch. Unfortunately for the young man, he finds the field, but very confident start. Completion of that over after the breakthrough. Southerns 46 for 1. A bowling change from the City end, replacing Faraz Akram, Shingi Masakaza. Good start from Masakaza. Former national team player as well. He's been around for a very long time. There's one time we thought he hung up his bowling boots, but he's come back very strong of late and has forced his way back into this select side. And judging by his performances with both bat and ball, you wouldn't say he's totally out of the running for a national team call-up either.
Nope, you would always want to play the best players in the domestic league, and he's done well. Is Shingi Masakaza, experienced campaigner. As you said, for me, he's played for close to 10-15 years in the local circuit. Has lots of overs under his belt. Skillful with the ball. Intelligent, reading the game. That also comes with experience.
Masakaza from the City end to Tsiga. Leading edge, but falls just short. Tapatswa close in the face of the bat rather very early there, Kani. I'm not sure if that ball has held up slightly on him or he's just not in a position to play that ball whatsoever. And it's very different from the first ball that he played because he looked like totally in control, but next ball, wow, okay.
Yeah, probably just holding back there.
Big shots. Although that might have been more just to stop the umpire from signaling a wide down leg side. Obviously it's touched something on the way through, as the umpire hasn't signaled for the wide. but not the right line from the experienced Shingi Masakata.
So we've noticed that just on the back of a length, the ball is holding up a bit.
And he's played that one of his pads. 2 straight again from Shingi Masakata. Guided down to fine leg for a single. Touching that one 2 straight, Shingi Masakata, and giving away easy singles, which is not what you want to the new batter. You want to put him under as much pressure as possible and not let him get off the strike that easily. Again, a leading edge there, Kani, and I'm not sure if that was a slower ball. I couldn't pick up if he's rolled his fingers over that, but it's taken. You could see that the batter actually had to wait for it, but still got the leading edge at the end of that particular over. 48 for 1. Chabanga from the airport end. Attempted pull shot from Tsiga. Not very successful with that attempt. Not sure it was quite there to pull, not short enough to pull. But I've just been discussing at the end of that over with my co-commentator Cunningham Nube. It appears the wicket is slowing down. Remember, this is a used wicket. It was used for the '82 overs played on Monday, and it hasn't rained since. I don't think it was water. There hasn't been much moisture put into those wickets, so maybe it's starting to hold up a little off a length. Seen the last couple of balls, the batters have played very early, and we've not been able to pick up any discernible change in the bowling action to suggest slower balls. So we might see spin coming into it before too long.
Unfortunately now the Northerns only have one spinner in Ainsley Ndlovu. Not a big tenor.
Digs that one short. Unfortunately it's way down the leg side. Christopher Peary signals that's wide, and also signals that's the one short ball for the over. Really trying to bend his back here, Chibanga.
As I was saying, Ainsley Ndlovu, not a big turner, it looks to bowl wicket to wicket, but he might just a lot more purchase than usual on this wicket today.
Chibanga goes back off a length, outside of stump. Kasuza opens his bat and just kites that one through the vacant slip cordon for 1 run to third man. Yeah, it will be interesting to see when they bring Ainsley Ndlovu into play. We saw this morning the wrist spinners get some purchase of the wicket. Ainsley Ndlovu, more orthodox, relies on variations more than turns, so it will be interesting to see when he comes in and how much purchase he gets off the surface. Dropped way short again. Tsiga is waiting for that. Easy as you like. Swivel around, couple of bounces into the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, first boundary for Tsiga.
It doesn't miss out this time is Tsiga, waiting for that short ball. Stands right up tall. Didn't look to hit it on the ground at all. going over that that man at square leg, and he gets himself a first boundary.
Short again, and this time he swivels round but not connecting up the middle of the bat. It's gone round to fine leg in the fielding for 1 run. Umpire has just signaled a no ball. I think that was for overstepping because it didn't rise above the batter's head. So that must be for overstepping. The field is allowed to change because the batters crossed over. So they are changing the field, sending long on back and bringing third man back into the circle. Free hits, big shot, straight to Shingi Masakadza, who takes the catch at long on. But remember, that's a free hit, so 1 run total and no other harm done after that delivery.
It's been a culprit there. Is Tanaka Chivanga just overstepping slightly. We also saw he bowled a couple of no balls in the first Pro 50, something that he might want to work on.
I think that's going to be a no ball again. He's gone very short, and it's gone over the batter in his normal standing stance. And as earlier alluded to, he had bowled his one for the over, so the umpire has signaled a no ball. And as we know these days, whatever the no ball is, it's still a free hit. So the second free hit for this over, not what Chivanga or his captain Chamu Chibaba would like. Runs in much fuller and take up. He's lifted it. Not much timing. It's dropped on the edge of the circle by Chamu Chibaba running back. It was a free hit, but you would still want your fielders taking those chances. It just lifts the whole team. They feel better about their fielding. But again, 15th time catch is grass today, and the score is 59 for 1. Shingi Masakaza will continue from the city end to Tafadzwa Tsika at the end of the power play. Big shot. Stand and deliver. Pass the mid-on fielder for 4 runs. Welcome, Tino Mawoyo.
Thanks for me. What a welcoming shot as well from Tafadzwa Tsiga. He can do that because he's tall. He's forced it away beautifully in the end. Kept his shape well, made sure that the ball went straight enough to go past the mid-on. And that's forced the change in the field. The mid-on fielder goes down to long on.
Not the right line again from Shingi Masakaza. Way too straight. Tiga swivels around, pulls that one out into the deep, but fortunately for Masakadza, he has protection. Sweeper on the leg side, does the mopping up, just one header to the total. 65 for 1.
It's been a very good start to the chase by the Southerns. Led by this man on strike, Kevin Kasuza. He was another of the batsmen who's been in prolific form. He's taken his time, he's been sensible about how he's constructed his innings. And as the result, his numbers in.
Very good numbers indeed. And I'm sure the selectors are taking notice of what is top of the order. Down leg side and rightfully signaled wide from Shingi Masakadza.
He's got the line wrong there. Looked like that left shoulder just fell away at the last point before delivery, and that's why the right arm just pushed that ball down the leg side.
Again, slightly on the leg stumpish line, but no harm done this time. As Chipapa does the fielding and shot mid-wicket. Tino, I was on air with you the other day and we spoke about the power plays and the use of the power plays by the batting side. And this morning again we saw a very slow start to the Northern's innings, which was out of character, as we had Marumani big swing there for 1. Marumani and Brandon Martino, and both of them were scoring at less than 50 to the over. And I said it in the morning, I had not seen in a wide ball 50 over game so many balls being let go outside off stump. It was like there was no intent to score. And while I do appreciate that, give yourself a chance by having a look. But if you then get out before you catch up, you've really dug your team into a big hole, and they never really got out of it.
Yeah, agreed. And they had to bat extremely well towards the end to get themselves to a competitive total. We'll carry on with that conversation in the next over. 67 for 1.
Ansley Ndlovu is replacing Chevanga from the airport end. The wickets seem to be slowing up, and we wondered how long it would be before we got spin on. It hasn't been very long. 1 over after the power play. Ansley Ndlovu, left arm orthodox, introduced to the attack. Big shot, and given. So it was worked straight away. Danger man, Kevin Kasuza out. LBW to Ansley Ndlovu off his second ball.
Yeah, you just got the feeling in the last over or so that Kevin Kasuza almost got a bit bored in the middle and looked like he was going to get out at any moment. He does for 38, score 97 for 2.
new batsman, Richmond Mutumbami, national team player as well. He's been in good form of late. Was part of the side that won the domestic T10 competition. Scored a lot of runs there with Tadiwa Nashe Marumani. Continued that form into the Pro 50s for the Southern Rocks. And facing up to Ansley Ndlovu, who has just removed form player Kevin Kasuza, who was going at almost a runner ball out for 38 or 41. So the Northerns would feel like they're in here with a big chance as they've removed the danger man with still more than 200 required. It's going to take a mammoth rebuilding effort here from Tiga and Richmond Mutumbami.
Here and gone. Lazy shot from Richmond Mutumbami. Thick outside edge, simple catch to backward point. The white one.
The new batter,
She's the benefactor of UN funds.
Timison Maruma, replaces Richmond Mutumbami, who's gone without disturbing the scorers. Said the wicket was starting to take some turn and wondered when the spinner would come in. Ansley Ndlovu has come in and he has started with 2 wickets in that over. End of the over, 67 for 3. Shingi Masakadze continuing from the sea. Well played by Tiga. Making a lovely sound off the bat. Pushing that out. 1 for 1.
Yeah, nice balance in the stroke. He forced the change in the field in the last over when he played that beautiful shot straight back past the bowler for 4. And that's what forced Faraz Akram to go down to the long on boundary. Now easy single down to him. Good cricket.
When Richard Mutumbami came out to bat, we're just discussing that the player giving all the impetus to the innings had been dismissed, and the pendulum felt like it was starting to turn a bit. And with the dismissal of Richmond Mutumbami without scoring, we feel that the Northerns think they're on top at this point in time, Tina.
Yeah, it's those last couple of wickets that have fallen that have put them in the surface, bit of extra bounce. Looks like it's flattened out quite nicely, so this chase is definitely still on.
Slight hesitation there, but both batters get back, no harm done. Definitely the chase is still on. Still got 7 wickets standing. Slightly more than 200 runs to get. Promises to be an interesting afternoon here at Queen Sports Club. Lovely day for cricket. For a change, just a smattering of clouds in the sky, but and that one is played past the short mid wicket. Some work to do for the man at the sweeper boundary. Does very well and keeps that just down to 2 of the bat of Timison Maruma to open his accounts for the Southerns today.
Strong off the legs, Timson Maruma, another of the Zimbabwean batsmen who's got such good balance. Head level, plays nicely back up the ground. $70 for 3.
Iceland Tofu continuing from the airport end. Getting a little bit of pitches there from this Queen's wicket. Slightly shorter with that one. Tsiga punches that off the front foot for a single. I think Timison has had a look at the bowling and is now calling for his hitting at. Changing bat from for Timison. Some running repairs being done by the umpire. Just some tips sticking out there being cut off. You feel whatever happens this afternoon, the 10 overs to be bowled by Askin Dove will have a big say as to which way this match goes.
Yeah, we've certainly seen the wicket taking turn 2 days ago, as well as earlier this morning.
Are you then surprised by the selection from the Northerns to play one specialist spinner?
To a certain extent, yes. I also do understand that they wanted to try and give as much of a run to all the players that were available for these 3 matches, so that may be taken into consideration as well. Spreading the games around and letting everybody who was part of the squad get a game.
Pulls out the reverse whip.
What I
But
do know, however, sorry for me, is that they'll definitely be looking to use Nkosana. He's shown how well he's bowled, not just throughout these couple of games, but throughout the season as well. That's nicely played. Reverse sweep by Timson Maruma.
my apologies there. Had an oversight on Nkosana. Who has been the find of the season for the Tuskers as he pulls out that reverse sweep against Timson Maruma. Lots of work for the sweeper to do. Get round to cut that down just to the 2 runs. So yes, Tino, you're definitely right. Nkosana will have a say in this innings. He's picked up lots of wickets for the Tuskers. Knew he was a part-time bowler, but this season has been more than a part-time bowler. More often than not, bowling his full allocation of 10 overs. 77 for 3. Shingi Rama Sakata from the city end, defended by Tsiga. Just to give you an inclination of where we are with the scoring, how the match has advanced so far. The Duckworth Lewis Steyn pass score is 99. So Southerns are currently 22 behind the 8th ball. Chance for a run out. Good fielding by Chamuchi Baba. However, he fails to hit the stumps and they make it through for that single. Good try from Chamu, not the youngest spring chicken around, but still managed to get down quickly and reach that one. All is well, it ends well. One more the total. Big shot! What a lovely shot from Timison Maruma. 6 over long off. It's a normal cover drive, but he's extended through the shot. Full presentation of the face. What a lovely shot, Tino.
Class is the word I'll use to describe that stroke from Timson Maruma. Overpitched, yes. What a beautiful counter-attacking stroke. Straight out the middle of the bat.
Inevitably, the bowler goes short on this occasion, overcompensating for that fuller delivery that was hit off with the Steyn for 6. And that comes off Timison's gloves, trying to pull shot for 1. And Timison is just a pure striker of the ball. And having said that, they were 22 behind the Duckworth Lewis Steyn power score. They will need a few more shots, one we've just seen from Timison, to get up to where they should be. because I do have a feeling that the longer the game goes on and the softer the ball gets, the more difficult it will be to score on this wicket. So they need to cash in while the ball is still relatively hard and coming onto the bat much better. One run to end that over. 87 for 3. As the umpire's call drinks.
$87 for 3 after 15 overs are the Southerns, with the Northerns getting 3 wickets in the first 15 overs. Instance over to continue from the airport end, on to Timson Maruma. toss. Jason Maruma might feel that he missed out there on a full toss.
Timson Maruma's in will be very key here, and he'll know that. Seen in the morning innings partnerships, one of 100. So take your time and just get to suss out the conditions quickly. And there's an opportunity to score big. Field spread, spinners on. Opportunity to get singles all around the ground.
Nicely over there, beating the outside part of the Tigger's bat. As he knocks that one down to the sweeper region. Cleaned out. It's been Samagodo. Not with the gloves today. Aisha Marumani today behind the stumps. Well bowled from Aisling Zobu.
Some Marumani, of course, you're talking about with the gloves on today. You saw him, probably saw a lot of him as a little boy. How do you rate him with the gloves, and do you see him maybe at one stage taking over those gloves in the national side? We'll come back to that conversation in the next over. 89 for 3.
Change of bowling from the city end. Brian Mzinganyama. Bowls slow orthodox off spin right hand. Your teammate Tafadza Tsiga. Beautiful, decent wicket keeper, but it still needs a bit more work. I feel sometimes he can go in with hard hands. And I've been taking a look at his movements here. Doesn't shuffling a lot, but I think it's something he can work on as well. Leading edge. They're looking to go for 2. Clean up by Tanura Makoni.
Seven short of 100. The Southerns. Partnership of 22 between these two, just looking to repair the innings after they lost 2 quick wickets, the latter being that of the captain, Richmond Tumbami.
Big shout there. The umpire for Stumties were not interested. Looks like it have been going, sliding down leg. Top shot from Timson Maruma. Bit of width from Brian Zinganyama. And Timson Maruma is on top of his game, hitting that ball through the covers for 4 to end the 17th over. 98 for 3. Instantly over to continue. Decent start by instantly over, going to his fourth over. Just 9 runs and 2 wickets. Southern still ahead of the score. The decent run rate, 5.71. Needing 176 runs off 196 balls. If you were the Southern's coach, to know, how would you advise or tell your incoming batsmen to approach these innings for wicket head to fall from now?
Well, definitely. These two have got to try and bat as long as possible. And we've got the ability to do that, 22 each on the board. Seeger's just taking a bit of time, and that's because he hasn't had a chance really to bat long, or hasn't batted long in a couple of matches prior to this. Plays the sweep shot, we'll get one. And it would be to the men coming in, remain positive. Know what the rate is in terms of what's expected to get over the line, and make sure you have a plan as to how you're going to achieve that run rate in each over. Of course, you'll get a maiden over there, you'll get a couple of overs that go the opposite direction in terms of the plan that you've got. Put those numbers in your head and you've got your scoring areas to the bowlers. You should be all right.
As we see Timson Maruma just punch the ball through the covers for 1 and bring up the 100. Southern's 100 for 3. Ryan Mzinganyama to continue from the city end. Very well ball, good start. Beautiful play by Timson Maruma. Gets into good positions. Timson Maruma. He just got into a good position, just leant into it and just pushed it down to long off for 1.
It's got great technique. Timson Maruma. Solid in defence. Leaves the ball well, knows where his off stump is. It's equally as good, I think, on the front and back foot.
Bringing in the dot balls. Skipper Chamu Chibaba will be happy about that. Beautiful ball, just 1 off the over. 101 for 3. Instantly over to continue from the airport end. Gibson Maruma again pushes that ball. For a single. Just died down a bit, you know. Boundaries have started drying up.
Just about 5.5, 3 wickets in hand. Almost at the 20 over mark. So as long as they build a big partnership between these two, or if a wicket falls, a partnership with the next pair, just so that they can just elongate the innings a little bit. Outside edge, Chingi Masakads are standing quite far back, and I think that might just run all the way down to third man for 4, and it does. Hands on head for Ainsley Ndlovu.
Unlucky there for Ainsley Ndlovu, just beating Shingi Masakads at first slip. And ball trickling away for 4. Tanaka Chavanga giving chase, more veil. Easy going for the Southerns. Getting that odd boundary is just when we were saying the boundaries were drying up, and one comes through. Just as we say that, Tafadzat Siga has just hit the ball straight back to Ainsley Ndlovu, caught and bowled. Ainsley Ndlovu strikes again for his 3rd wicket, getting Tafadzat Siga for 27 off 35 balls. Southerns now 106 for 4. Jonathan Kemp comes to the crease, and the Southerns now toiling a bit, losing wickets in a bit of a cluster here. That last wicket had a 28-run partnership in between. Timson Maruma and Tafadzat Siga. Good start here from Ainsley Ndlovu to Jonathan Campbell. Northerns will be looking to pile in the pressure a bit more. Another top ball to end the 20th over. Southerns 106 for 4. They still require another 168 runs to Runs back into that, knocks them down to the offside for 1. Joining me in the commentary box now is Cunningham Ngube. Tani.
Good afternoon, Slimmy. Good afternoon to our viewers. Southern's in some bit of trouble here. Losing 3 quick wickets to Ainsley Ndlovu. We spoke about Ainsley earlier on as we saw the wicket starting to hold up a bit, which definitely will bring some spin into the bowling. Hence also the Northerns have introduced another spinner in.
John Okembo just punches that ball down to long off. Tanaka Chaponga doing the cleaning up when John Okembo gets off the mark. I'm sure Chamuchi Baba also batted for quite a while. A big appeal from the bowler, as well as Shingi Masakadza coming in from Faleg. They feel they've seen something here. Timson playing a reverse sweep. A beautiful stop rather. But Tadua Nasha Marumani behind the stumps, anticipating that reverse from Timson Maruma. Good fielding there. As he knocks that one down to square leg, cleaned up by William Mashinge. I'm sure, as I was saying earlier, Chamuchi Baba is seen back for quite a while on this wicket. You must have seen that when he was also batting with Nkosana Mpofu there. The spinners were a bit harder to get away than the seamers, hence introducing spin from both ends.
Yeah.
Another shot there, a ball going down leg. Looks like it would have brushed the pad. Good stop again from Taduanasha Marumani.
Generally, that's how the wicket at Queen's Sports Club is played over the years. First hour in the morning, you'll get a little bit of movement from the seamers. As the day goes, it then starts to flatten out, but on the back end of the day, it then starts taking some spin. And hence, it's been difficult here for the Southern's batters to get anything from Ainsley Ndlovu.
End of the over, 109 for 4. Ainsley Ndlovu to continue from the airport end, getting into his 6th over. It's bowled very well, Ainsley Ndlovu. Yeah. Beautiful catch there from Taduanasha Marumani. Getting the outside edge of Timson Maruma's bat, trying to guide it down. Ainsley had removed a slip in this over, and Taduan Nashi Marumani up to the task behind the stumps, getting Timson Maruma caught behind. 4th wicket for Ainsley Ndlovu. Timson Maruma out for 27 of 28. Score 109 for 5. Southern's in a spot of bother. Tashinga Msekiwa comes to the crease. And Ndlovu just picked up the wicket off the dangerous Timson Maruma. Beautiful catch by Tadona Shimarumani. Slip in place. Good start. Ndlovu thrives on wickets like this that are offering turn. It allows him to regulate his pace and do his change-ups clearly. Tashinga Msekiwa off the mark. The ball through to the super region.
He's raced 4 wickets is Ainsley Ndlovu in just 5.3 overs. Brilliant spell of bowling this. On a good wicket to bat on. Seamers didn't do pretty well up front, but he's brought the game back in favor of his team.
Has bowled very well, just 5.3 overs, 17 runs. But most of all, the important wickets of Richmond Tumbami, Tafato Tsiga, Timson Maruma and Kevin Kasuza, all big players in that Southern's team.
Yep, all of them can take the game away from you in quick time.
A top ball to end the over. It's 110 for 5. Over number 4 for Brian Mzinganyama. Going to Tashinga Msekiwa. And a good start from Brian Mzinganyama. Well played for 1 down the ground. Cleaned up by Tanaka Chivanga. A bit of pressure here now being applied by the Northern's bowlers.
Yeah, they'll be looking to close this game off as quickly as possible. It is 2 at the crease, very well capable of batting long. So the Northerns will be looking for another wicket here just to get into the tail as quick as possible.
A wide ball signaled, missed by Tadona Shimarumani. First loose ball from Brian Zinganyama. I think he's trying to get the ball to turn from leg stump. Getting excited, seeing some grip and turn from the other end from Ainsley Ndlovu, trying to exploit that as well. Well played from Tashinga Msekiwa.
Another factor could be the left and right hand combination. Not your regular bowler, so probably changing his lines pretty quickly is proving difficult.
I've noticed that most probably the other spinner, Nkosana Mpofu. And a big slog. Sweep from Jono Campbell. Looking for two, but well fielded by Enslin Ndlovu to restrict them to one. As I was saying, I'm just noticing that the other spinner option, Nkosana Mpofu, is not on the field. Nursing that bump on the head he received earlier when he was batting. Very well bowled from Brian Zinganyama to mark the end of the over. It's 115 for 5 after 23 overs. Quick single there from Jono Campbell as Enslin Ndlovu gets into his 7th over. Very good run there. Jonathan Campbell not looking to get bogged down. He's trying to rotate as much as possible. That could be a good move as well. Just trying to release a bit of pressure.
Yeah, that's how they will be looking to go about it. Rotate the strike as much as possible in these middle periods. Take the game deep. Give themselves a chance to have a go at the end. Tashinga Msekiwa can clear the boundary. Jonathan Campbell as well can clear the boundary. Probably just looking to stick around up until maybe the 35th, 36th over. We could have game on then.
A raw ball from Enslin Ndlovu. Good pace. Using the facility very well. Allowing the ball to grip and turn. The ball just gone over the stumps. Tashinga Msekiwa going right back at it. And he just turned and just gone over the off stump. Very well ball from Enslin Ndlovu to mark the end of the 24th over. 116 for 5. Brian Mtsinganyama continuing from the city end. That's a beautiful shot from Jono Campbell, but as well fielded by Spencer Magodo down there in the super region. Didn't pick it up. Hence he moved late, allowing the batsman to go through for 3. Spencer Magodo remained stationary for quite a bit, not only to realize that the ball was not coming his way. That's when he started moving, but well, he recovered very well to stop the boundary. Some bat there by the bowler. Foster Mtizo not interested. Controlled the game very well, these two umpires, Foster Mtizo and Chris Peary. Allowed the game to flow. Played by Tashinga Msekiwa. Just keeping himself quiet for now. We know that he's a big hitter. He loves hitting the ball far. But I don't think the situation agrees with that.
Yeah, he's got time today to just bet himself in and have a go with it.
And they'll get through easy. I think for now, that will be what's required by these two batsmen. Just try and rebuild the innings, but also at the same time try and keep up with the rate. You don't want to let it go too far. You don't want to let it go too far up. Now the required run rate is now up at 6. Well played again from Jonathan Campbell, just knocking it around to the leg side for just one run to complete the 25th over with the score 124 for 5. Over number 8 for Ainsley Ndlovu. It's on 8 overs, 18 runs, 4 wickets. Good start there from John Campbell, just rocking, getting deeper into his crease and just punching it down to long on. Looks like a good play of spin, John Campbell.
He's played brilliantly this afternoon for his 10. What they'll be trying to minimize here are the dot balls. Needing 149 off just 148 deliveries. Just round about one. I run a ball from here on. And the odd boundary in the middle. Still a fair chance for them. It's just that kids column that's a concern.
Played again from Jonathan Campbell, knocking it down to the long on region. Yeah, not much batting left in the Southern's tank. Brandon Mavuta still to come. Kyle Mumba, who also what he did on Monday. Into a long ball, Enes Masugu as well as Victor Nyauchi. Still got 2 men left in the dugout. With what Kamumba can do, you don't want to expose him too early to this tough pressure. But we can discuss that after the over, Kani. 111 for 5. Ranzinganyama to continue from the city end. Bowling is 6th over. Jonah Campbell rocking deep into his crease, allowing the ball to come to him and just knocking it down to the leg side. 1. Ranzinganyama has bowled 5 overs for 26 runs. Just trying to hold down an end.
So what you see here with that, the remaining batsmen, Kaumba, Brandon Mavuta and Enes Masugu, they're all batters that can really clear the boundary at will. So if these two guys here just keep rotating the strike as they've done here in the past 3, 4, 5 overs, that keeps them in the game. And if those guys come at the back end, they'll be fencing the chances to chase something like 8, 9, 10 to the over. So this partnership here is very key.
As we saw misfield there by Shingi Masakadza, allowing the two batters to go back to 2, and then Tashinga Musekio just launches into that ball for 1 run. These two now looking to accelerate in terms of running between the wickets. Big sweep from John O'Campbell. Now gone all the way. 5 for dozen. Beautiful shot. Unlocks the shackles a bit.
John O'Campbell goes on one knee there. Big slog over the man at Cow Corner. It's the shorter boundary, so it's a good option going after that shorter boundary. So some calculated betting here by John O'Campbell and Tashinga Msekiwa, keeping their team interested. But they all want more of those at the back end of the game.
Yeah, a shot there. As I alluded to, looks like a very good playoff spin, John O'Campbell. Right deliveries to go after. Wide signal, bad bowling from Brian Nzingamnyama. Trying to bowl straight to John O'Campbell.
Yeah, he struggled with this line to Campbell.
He drives through Super Region just for 1, cleaned up by Spencer Magudo to mark the end of the 27th over. It's 138 for 5. Pardon me, 139 for 5. Ainsley is over to continue from the airport in. John Campbell just knocks it down for 1 run. Too long off. Steadily moving. John O'Campbell moves on 20 for 21 balls. Pushing the score now to 140 for 5. Still within. Tashinga Musekio also just follow suit. Rotate strike. Still within the required run rate, which is now slightly down to 5.87, with the current run rate at 5.16. And Southern still requiring for the 133 runs of 136 balls.
Done a good job this so far. Partnership has moved to 26. They'll be looking to build on that, probably double it or triple it. They all know each other very well. They played together at the Midwest Rhinos in the Midlands.
Oh, I feel that's a bit poor from the big man TK there, backward point. Put in a dive there, but they always say fast bowlers don't like diving. Maybe the wrong man at the position.
Yep, with Ainsley Ndlovu turning the ball away from the right-hander. That's a busy area there just behind point. You want your best fielders there. We saw how Richmond Mutumbami went up to the catch, a good catch by Tanunu Ramakoni. who's a substitute fielder. So you would want one of your best fielders there.
Yeah, true. Because that then in that process allowed batsmen to run for 2. Steadily moving these two. Rebuilding as well. Quicker one. But instantly over, very well bowled. Finish his 9th over. Southern's 144 for 5 after 28 overs. Chamnora Chibaba just ringing up the changes. Tanaka Chivanga coming back into the attack for his 6th over, bowling his 2nd spell. He's going to be bowling to Jonathan Campbell. Chibaba looking for runs away. A good start. Tanaka Chivanga, big unit, big enforcer there at Marsh Eagles. When he bowls, loves bowling those bounces. Loves intimidating the batsman. Loves to be in the batsman's face all the time.
Yeah, I love this move by the captain, Chamo Chibaba, bringing on your premium fast bowler. For a moment there, it looked a little too easy with both spinners on. Now Tanaka Chivanga will definitely try and rush these batters. Won't be surprised. The short ball coming here soon. Test that pull shot or a yorker just to try and catch Chris.
It's kind of strange how most of these batsmen know that Tanaka possesses that short ball, but they'll always, and it's at good pace as well, but they'll always want to seem to go after him. As we see there, General Campbell playing a calypso shot.
Yep, attempted short ball there, didn't go up as much as he would have wanted. Probably the wicket just died down a little bit. But knowing Tanaka, he'll keep coming.
Yeah, as I was saying, most of these guys know that short ball is coming, and they still want to attack that short ball. It's very rare. I've seen most of the batsmen ducking out of the way. And then as we speak, there we go. Fostam Tizwa calls a no ball. I think it was a win, but at the same time, Tanaka Chivanga also, every time he bowls that effort ball, he demands a lot of the front line. And a free hit. Where is he looking to bowl now? Tries to go fuller. The ball hits straight down to Faraz Akram at mid-off. I've noticed that he does that a lot, Kani. Every time he bowls that effort ball, try and go through the crease, he sometimes does overstep or lose his run up and just overstep a bit. But it doesn't seem to mind that, as long as maybe send the message down to the batsman that I can go for your hit. 4 more. Tashing Msekiwa up to the task. Tanaka Chivanga over pitching there. And he didn't pump straight back along the ground for 4. Mark the end of the 29th over. It's 154 for 5. Partnership growing now on 41 or 47. Excellent over to bowl his last over of his spell. Scored very well. Overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, 4 important wickets.
He's been the big threat this afternoon, and these two will be looking just to keep him out, deny him that fifer.
There we go. John Campbell calls for 2, calls them through for 2. Well fielded by Tanura Makoni. Down at the long off position. Running in hard. John Campbell didn't punch that. Just placed it and tried to push in for 2. Well read by Tanu Makoni. Just throw it back in for just 1 run. And now Tashingam secure on strike. Now the partnership is now on 46. Very well bowled from Instant Zovu. Looks like he's got a spring in his step. Bowled very well today. Very well bowled again. Slightly quicker through the air with that one.
Yeah, good change of pace from Insidovu. Drives in that. Another one slower through the air. Almost getting a leading edge there is Tashingam secure.
There's another one slightly quicker through the air as well. Just finish off Insidovu's spell of 10 overs, 1 for 27 and 4 wickets. Very well bowled. Brought the Northerns back into this game. 30 overs bowled. It's 155 for 5. Tanaka Chavanga continuing from the city end. He's bowling to John O'Campbell, who just clipped that ball down to deep square leg. I think what these guys have done very well, Kani, is they haven't allowed the Northern bowlers to bowl down.
Yeah.
They've still managed to rotate strike even if the 4 balls are not coming.
Another highlight is that it's been their running. They've run quickly the first one, trying to push and put pressure on the fielders.
Tanaka Chavanga hitting that length that he loves so much, the shortage for length. See him walking back with a slight limp. Is there something to worry about there? He landed awkwardly in his action.
Find out what the problem is there.
Ball again. Loves that short ball, Tanaka. But now the ball getting softer as well. Might not be as effective as it was.
We slide one just on a fuller length, catch him at the crease for an LB or just ball.
For an extra. Southern still require 117 runs to win. Well played from Tashinga Msekiwa as they go through for 2 runs. Very good running. That's been the mainstay about these two. They haven't allowed, as I said earlier, they haven't allowed the Northern's bowlers to really bog them down, put them under pressure to try and play any risky shots. They've just managed to rotate where they can. Very young players.
Yep.
Blood still flowing. They love running between the wickets.
At the position that this game is in, you would want to take every single run on offer.
Umpire Chris Peary happy with that ball.
From this moment, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, with that single, with the twos that they ran, they brought up the 50 partnership between these two. 50 off 59 balls.
It's come off in good time.
Big swing from Tashinga Msekiwa. A short ball again from Tanaka Chavanga. Tashinga Msekiwa up to the task, pulling that ball in front of square, beating Spencer Magodo down there deep backward square to mark the end of the 31st over, with the score now on 163 for 5. Faraz Akram coming to the attack from the airport end. It's just taking a look at some analysis work here, Kani. The contributions between these two in their 50-run partnership. Just only 5 extras in the partnership, but Jonathan Campbell contributing at a runner ball, as well as Tashinga Msekiwa just 19 of 33 balls. Good going by these two. Jonathan Campbell just clips that one down. Cleaned up by Talisai Sakanda and mid wicket. This is good going by these two.
They've done well. As you said, haven't allowed the bowlers to keep them quiet. Rotated strike very well. They've run hard between the wickets, and just the odd boundaries that have come.
And I like that rotation game so far. The Southerns in total, they've scored 55 singles and predominantly have been down the ground. 18 runs in singles coming down the ground. On the offside. Very well ball by Faraz.
Good line of attack this by Faraz Akram. Coming round to the left end and not giving him any width, not giving him any length. Just tight on and about off stump. That's where we'll look to stay until Jonathan Campbell tries to force something.
Very well played, very well fielded by Tanura Makoni, but they managed to sneak in a one as well. Good running by these two. Trying to revert the pressure back onto the Northerns fielders, which I think they're doing a very good job at the present moment. Just playing within their elements, playing each ball as it comes, not trying to do any fancy stuff at this stage of the innings. Very good to see from these two young men.
Yeah, and a very good understanding in running between the wickets. Haven't seen any hiccups so far.
And there you go again. Tashingam Sekiwa just blocking it, looking like in no hurry. Both of them. What I like about these two guys at the crease at the present moment, Jonathan Campbell and Tashingam Sekiwa, they both know their power hitting game, so they can afford to just hang back a bit and try and rebuild the innings. Now the innings might feel starting to get back on track to where they wanted to be, and now it's not just a matter of just kicking forward with 19 overs remaining in this match. Big appeal from Faraz Akram and Taduana Shimarumani, but umpire Christopher Piri, I beg your pardon, not interested at all. And that marks the end of the 32nd over, with the score 166 for 5, with the players taking drinks. 166 for 5. Southern's requiring 108 runs of 108 balls. Some changes now. Seeing William Mashinga for the first time today. Bowling to Jonathan Campbell, who's on 26 off 31 balls. Starts off with a wideish delivery, and Jonathan Campbell swing and a miss. Straight down to Taduan Ashimarumani beyond the stumps. Partnership now 57 of 67 balls, with the required run rate still within reach at 6.06. And then short ball. Very well cleaned up by Brian Ntingamnyama down at the deep square region, just to cut that ball off for 1. Bring in Tashika Msekiwa, who's on 26 of 40 balls.
Yeah, it's done well. Brian Mutinganyama cleaning that up. These two batters have been putting pressure on the fielders, but he managed to keep that one just for a single.
Interesting enough here, Jonathan Campbell he's only struck 1-6 in his 27. No fours as yet. An illustration of how hard he's run between the wickets. As opposed to Tashinga Msekiwa, who's also struck just 3 boundaries. In his 26. I think these boys have run very, very well between the wickets. Short ball, shot of catch, hit over. Shingi Masakadze at mid-on. Didn't get hold of it, Tashinga Msekiwa. It was there to hit. Maybe got to him slightly slower than he anticipated. But still managed to go through for 2 runs. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over, which is a very good sign from these two. Very well bowled again from William Mashinge. Tucking up Tashinga Msekiwa.
It's been a good partnership, lots of running.
It's going to be a very difficult to try and hit the ball off the square. Big hoik by Tashinga Msekiwa, getting a leading edge over the vacant slip region for 4, beating Tanura Makoni down a 3rd man for 4 to close off the over. Score then moves on to 173 for 5 after 33 overs, with Southern's requiring 101 of 102 balls. Faraz Akram to continue from the Airport end. Bowling into his 6th over. She's come for 28 runs. Strays a bit down leg. Jonah Campbell running very hard. Again, very well fielded. Down near the fine leg boundary. Very good fielding. But these boys, Tashinga Nsekiwa and Jonathan Campbell, still running hard. Trusting their ability to run quickly between the wickets.
It's been a good day of cricket. The rain has stayed away in the last couple of days. We on 83 overs for today. Probably could get all the 100 overs.
Yes, it's been a beautiful day here in Blower at Queen Sports Club. The sun is shining, something that we hadn't seen for the past couple of days. Joshingam Sekiwa then walks down the wicket to Faraz Akram and just punches that ball through. Punches that ball through to Spencer Magodo, who's manning the super boundary for just 1 run.
And again, it's been a great passage of play here in the past hour or so. We've seen some good running, also some good fielding by the boundary riders in the Northerns team, cutting those 2s into 1s. But on some instances, the Southerns really pushing hard, turning those 1s into 2s.
Stafford appeal again for LBW from Faraz Akram to Jonathan Campbell. But umpire Chris Peary not interested. Just explaining to Shingi Masakaza that the ball was sliding down the leg side. Short ball again. Swiveled away by Jonathan Campbell down to the fine leg region, cleaned up by William Mashinga, just for 1 run.
A rare loose delivery there by Faraz Akram. Jonathan Campbell will feel he missed out, just maybe a meter or 2 to his right or to his left. That would have been a boundary, a much needed boundary. He will live to fight another day.
Played again by Tashinga Msekiwa down to the super boundary for just 1 run to mark the end of the 34th over. With Southerns 177 for 5, requiring another 97 runs of 96 balls. William Mashinga to continue from the city end. Partnership now 68 of 78 balls. Slight dab down to the 3rd man region. Very good running. Very good running by Tashinga Msekiwa and Jonathan Campbell, putting pressure on Tanura Makoni down at the 3rd man region, and they go through for 2. I think it's been the mainstay of their batting. The running between the wickets has been exceptional.
Good understanding there again. Slim, as we've seen.
Wide ball just down the leg side from William Mashinge. We'll have to re-bowl that one. You can understand what he's trying to do here. Not trying to give too much room to Tashingam secured outside off. He's trying to bowl wicket to wicket. He's got protection with a fine leg, a deep square and a long on. And then everybody else in the circle on the offside. There you go, very well bowled. Tashingam secure, just leaning into that one, blocking, but looking for the one, but the infielders, that's Brian Nzingamnyama, Ainsley Ndlovu, up to the task, attacking the ball and creating some doubting to the two batters.
You can sense in Tashingam Sekiwa's batting that he's looking to up the ante just a little bit.
Very well played again by Tashingam Sekiwa, just guiding the ball down to the third man region. Not letting the runs versus balls column run away from each other.
Yeah, interesting end we have to this game here. Who will crack first?
Big appeal by the fielders as William Mashinge fields that ball and throws it back, trying to hit the stumps, but with Jonathan Cabo in front of the stumps, but not but the umpire saying not out, thinking that maybe Jonathan Campbell was obstructing the field, but clearly he did not change his direction, going back and making his ground.
Definitely not on purpose. He's just a man trying to fight for his life, eh? But good fielding, good athleticism by Will Mashinge to grab hold of that and throw it back quickly. John Campbell was under pressure for a moment.
Well played again by Jonathan Campbell. Just nudging the ball away to the deep square region for one. Entertaining to watch this from these two young men. Both ply their trade for Midwest Rhinos. They've been the pillar of the middle order that Midwest Rhinos team. Took their team to the finals of the Pro50 Championship, only to lose that to Mountaineers by 1 run. Well played then by Tashingam Sekiwa. Good finish by William Mashinge. 35 overs bowled, 182 for 5. Southern's requiring another 92 of 91 balls. Change of bowling from the airport end. The experienced Shingrai Masakadza, Chamnora Chibaba, Northern's captain, turning to his senior bowler, experienced bowler, to try and get a wicket here. This boy is always looking for a single, but no run. Good start here by Shingarai Masakadza. I'm joined here by Vumi Moyo. Good afternoon, Vumi. How was your lunch?
Good afternoon, Slim. Lunch was good. Tea was even better. Yeah, it's good to see the big players have come and gone. And you'd have thought at that stage when they lost the experienced Timison Maruma for not too much, as a chase down to the boundary by Faraz Akram, they come back for an easy 3. So yes, I was saying, Slim, you'd have thought the game was all in the hands of the Northerns, but these two young men have batted so well, and they're going partnership of a runner ball, and they're keeping the Southerns very interested in this game, and it's making such a good spectacle of it because they've now brought it down to less than 3 figures required, and at a runner ball they look so comfortable. They've not played any what we always talk about, sensible cricket, and that's exactly what they've done. And you can see now the Northerns are trying to make the play, because at this point in time it's for the Southerns to lose. Big partnership going on, and I'm trying to see how this partnership is going to be broken, and at the moment I have no answers for it.
Yeah, currently the partnership on 76. And they're just going about their merry way. Now these two, Tashingam Sekio on 37 or 51, and Jonathan Campbell on 33 or 40. And as I was with Cunningham earlier, just to illustrate how well they've run between the wickets, Jonathan Campbell in his 33. A wide signal there by Shingi Masakadza. Signal by Chris Perry. And as I was saying, an illustration of how well they've run between the wickets for me. Jonathan Campbell is 33 or 40 balls, has only struck 1 6 and hasn't even hit a single 4. It shows how well he's been running between the wickets.
The exuberance of youth, I guess.
As well as Tashingam Sekiwa, same thing again. He's also on 37 or 52 balls. He's only struck 4 boundaries in his 37, and I think that was the key in terms of bringing them back into this game. Not trying to hit themselves out of trouble, but just managed to rotate the strike more often.
Very well within reach, Slim, and it's shown that there is more than one way to skin a cat. It's not all about boom, boom, 6s and 4s ground. This partnership has been going on very well, and most of it has come from turning those 1s into 2s, a couple of 2s into 3s, and not really, like you're saying, pampering the boundaries. So we've seen in the past, don't want to mention names, of people getting bogged and they trying to hit their way out of trouble. So there are ways to, as I say that, Musekiwa has gone big into the swimming pool at Queens. Just flick shot of a backward square. 6. Very, very good shot from Musekiwa to show that there is more to his game than running hard and rotating the strike. 192 for 5. Just as we were talking about how well they've been running between the wickets, Msekiwa flicking Shingi Masakaza for a huge 6. And that brought the equation right back, much more in favor of the Southerns. Mashinge continues from the CTN. Aggressive shot from Jonah Campbell to the sweeper for 1. But yes, Slim, so these two young men have shown that there is two sides to their game. Yes, they bat sensibly and rotate the strike, but when he receives something that he recognizes, he can still hit and hit it back.
Yeah, I love the way they back themselves. We talked about it, that they're more power hitters, these two. There's Tashinga Msekiwa up in the air. Straight down, deep square's throat, Spencer Magodo. Tashinga Msekiwa couldn't help himself. And William Mashinga strikes. And then the wicket there falls. Tashinga Msekiwa goes for 43 of 55. And at a very crucial stage of the game, where Southern still require 81 runs of 83 balls. And Tashinga Msekiwa will have to go back to the dugout with an impressive 43 of 55, leaving Northerns on 193 for 6.
William Mashinge has ended that very good partnership. Commentator's curse, I guess. Or again, Slim, it's an issue of, we spoke about the exuberance of youth. Just after he hit the 6th the previous over, instead of maybe reducing and going back to 4th gear, young men decided to stick to 7th gear. And that's a wide down leg side. And they should come back for the second. Carl Mumba is out there in the middle joining Jono Campbell. Carl Mumba is a big hitter, not known for his bowling. Just the other day on a Monday, smashing 45 at a strike rate of well over 200. So it's still game on. But having spoken about how well the two young men were playing, you'd have expected them to continue in a similar vein, because you still have 80 odd runs to get, still have 14 overs, and the way they were going, they would have got home, or they would have got close quite easily. And after batting so well, you'd have to say he has thrown away his wicket, and the coach will be pulling out whatever little of his hair he has left, because that was not a clever shot to play in the circumstances at all.
Yeah, very poor batting there from
chance of a run out. But big Carl Mumba, couple of steps, gets him across the 22 yards to keep the scoreboard ticking along. The required rate is in and around 6, Slim, so all that's required is a run ball. There's no need to, unless he absolutely bowls you something you recognize, there's no need to manufacture shots to try and hit boundaries or hit sixes at this stage in time. Just those singles are enough for the Southerns to get home.
Beautiful shot there from Jono Campbell. just pushing it down to the super region, outside on the offside. Yeah, for me, yeah. Going back to Tashingam Secure's dismissal, I don't think it was a shot to play, considering the stage of the game. They were already now turning the ship into their favor, into their tide. And then they were now allowing themselves back into the game after the Northerns have played very well at the beginning in the power play, as well as picking up wickets in the middle overs. And I think Tashingam Secure just had a rush of blood from that 6 he had hit previously off Shingirai Masakadza, and I'm sure with that ball he could have just controlled it down for one, just to show who's on top of the game. There's the power of Kamumba that we talked about earlier on. Just slaps that ball through the offside region, beating Tafaran Pareo, the substitute fielder, as well as Shingirai Masakadza on the offside for 4 runs, bringing up the score to 202-6 after 35 overs.
Shingi Masakadza continuing from the airport end. I'm still in awe of the shot that has just been played by Karl Mumba. Just transferred his weight onto the back foot and punched. No, not discernible follow through from the bat. It's just a punch, and it's gone like a tracer bullet. It's beaten 2 fielders. There's not really much of a gap between the 2 fielders there, and it's gone straight through them for 4 runs. And that could be the shot of the day. I've seen a lot of batting, but wow, that was a really good cricketing shot from a so-called bowler, Slim.
As we illustrate, when he walked in, possesses a lot of power, does Kawamumba. It'll be interesting how he goes about facing Shingi Masakadza. Took him to the cleaners in the game on Monday. Shingi was more on the receiving end from Kawamumba, bashing him for 2 sixes in a row, straight over his head. It'll be very interesting on how Shingi Masakadza can come back.
Big shots! 6 more to the total. If you know Queen Sports Club, you've ever been to Queen Sports Club, that has gone over the gazebo, the Queen's members gazebo, into the car park. Couple of spectators have run around to look for that ball, but I think the third umpire, I know Chubby might be run with some replacements, but luckily it looks like somebody has thrown that ball back from the car park. Hope that hasn't hit anybody's car park there. But wow, that is well connected. Just speaking about how we took Shingi Masakadza to the cleaners, he obviously likes his bowling. Half tracker from Shingi Masakadza and got the absolute treatment.
Yeah, big shot there, Vums. Looks like Kawamumba here is on a mission. He's already pushed the score to 209. Now, Shingi Masakadza now deciding to change his line of attack again. Coming around the wicket to Kawamumba.
Swing and a miss.
No ball called by Chris Peary.
signals for the free hit.
How lucky can you get is a new batter from smashing a 6 and you get
A free hit.
a free hit on your 4th ball that you face, just to get your blood flowing. Let's see where Shingi Masakadza will bowl this ball.
It's a wide ball from Shingi, trying to get as far away from the hitting arc of Big Kalmumba, but this time he's gone too wide, so it's still a free hit. Very interesting stage of the game. Business end could not be any tighter, Slim. Total is 211 for 6. With lowest Stein pass score, it's 205. Shingi Masakadza for that free hit. Playing a miss.
And it's another no ball again from Shingi Masakadza. Well, that psychological impact is getting to Shingi Masakadza's head from the second game on Monday. Just inquired again from Chris Perry, how much is he going over the line? Chris Perry just signals to him how much he's been going over the line, prompting Shingi Masakadza to recount his steps in his run-up. Interesting to see that Kalmumba in that free hit is just staying still, but moving around the crease. So backs himself to hit the ball anywhere in the V, whether on the leg side or on the off side. He's not aiming for a particular part of the ground. Backs himself to clear both sides of the wicket.
Stand and deliver, mate. Stand and deliver.
Wide ball signaled again. It's now becoming an expensive over here from Shingi Masakadza, especially this time of the innings. He's bowled. His over has gone. First ball has gone for 1. Second ball has gone for 6. And he's bowled a no ball wide, and then a no ball wide. Then a big 6. That's a huge one. Oh, that's gone to the flats here at Queen Sports Club. Somebody start the bus. Kalmumba is in a rush.
Wow. That, Slim, I've been here at Queens for the past 2 decades and more. That is as big a 6 as I have seen. Full toss on the leg stump, and he has hit that. As it went past the trees at Old Squash Courts, it was still on its way up. That's how far that ball has been hit.
Shingi Masakadza bowling a full toss and well within the arc of Kalmumba, who has raced to 11, to 17 rather, of 7 balls. And we were just talking as we're with our statistician here, Freeman, as well as Vumi, that as soon as this game could change at the top of the head, if Kalmumba just gets 1 or 2 going, this game could be finished in the next 6-7 overs. And we've got a bet on that one from my 2 colleagues here in the commentary box. So far, Kalmumba is almost making me a millionaire. That ball
Third umpire Kudzi Banda coming out with the replacement balls. That is a big 6. Nobody even bothered going to look for that ball, Slim. But having said all of the fun and games, Kalmumba seemed to be in Shingi Masakadza's head. He's bowled wide, he's bowled no balls, he's bowled into his arc. And we saw in the previous game, I think it was the 49th, well not the 49th over, the 40th over, because it was a reduced game, but the penultimate over of the innings, Shingi got smashed again for 20 plus in that over, which also included a lot of no balls, and it changed the game. And it seems psychologically he is not sure where to bowl, and that's strange for somebody. We spoke about it. He's been playing this level of cricket for the past decade and a half. You'd expect that somehow he knows how to react, but he seems not to. He's come round, he's been given wides, he's given no balls, and he's been smashed for 2 massive sixes. So let's see what happens. But I really think something needs to change in Shingi Masakata's thought process right now, or he might lose the game in this very over. Outside off stump, swing and a miss, this time from Karl Mumba. All that's going through Shingi Masakata's head at the moment is, I need to get over this over and get out of this over.
Yeah, Shingi Masakata trying to go through this over with no further damage. With the damage that's been done already.
Bottom edge to that one. And I could see the sigh of relief on his face when that's a dot ball. Finishes off with 2 dots, but massive over. 219 for 6.
William Mashinga to continue. Jonathan Campbell, for the past couple of balls, has just been a spectator. Watching Karl Mumba taking Shingi Masakata apart. Sometimes as well, when you're just not just standing on the other end, can also get you bogged down because you're more facing. Yes, it's fun watching your partner hitting the big balls. Jonathan Campbell just pushes that one down to the super region sensibly. I think he's identified that, oh well, Karl is here on a mission. He doesn't want to be involved in that mission. He'll just want to be playing a supporting role to that and let Mumba out his business.
William Mashinga from the city end to Karl. You can see the power of Karl Mumba has got the fielding captain thinking about where to put his fielders. All the men are right back on the 30-yard circle, except those on the boundaries. He pushes for 1. Very good rim from the big man, showing that is not all brute strength. Just pushes that one into mid-off, recognizing what we just mentioned, that all the fielders, close-in fielders, are right on the edge of the circle, expecting the big hit. So he pushes and runs. Much needed 1 to the total of 121 for 6. Duckworth Lewis staying past score is 208 at this stage. So the Southerns are ahead of the game at the present moment.
Leading edge there by Jonathan Campbell down to the 3rd man region for 1. I don't see these two trying to go hard in this over, having picked up over 20 runs in the previous over. Maybe they'll just look to consolidate and just rotate a bit more. He's leaning forward and push the ball. And he's just saying, for me, infielders are hanging on the circle. Up in the air.
Say that.
Straight down the throat of talent to get to the subfielder, Karl Mumba. He stays short-lived. Hoiking that ball down to the long on region. Ball ball there by Mshinga. Looked like it was a change-up ball. And Kamumba goes for 18 off 11 balls. The score now 222 for 6. Brandon Mavuta to the crease. With the score now on 222 for 7. William Mashinge getting the wicket of Kamumba. Caught down in the one region. A little slow ball, and with Kamumba trying to go straight, dragged it to the leg side.
Shot of a run out.
Oh, you're very well fielded there.
Just misses that, but brilliant fielding at backward points. Ansley Ndlovu diving one-handed, picking up and almost throwing the stump down and removing the dangerous Brandon Mavuta, who has just come to the crease to join Jono Campbell. 222 for 7.
Here's just no.
Shingi Masakaza will continue from the airport end after his last disaster was over. What Kamba tore into him, but Kamumba has now departed the scene. So Shingi Masakaza will fancy himself bowling at Jono Campbell, who had up until now, as he gets a bottom edge onto that, the dismissal of Kamumba has not changed Shingi Masakaza's fortunes. First ball goes fortuitously for 4, but it's still 4 to the total. Kamumba's stay was short of the crease, but the 18 that he scored off 11 balls has meant that nothing fantastic is needed now. Slim, we're speaking about it, less than 50 now required. .48 required now at way less than a runner ball, so they just need to play sensible cricket. And that's short again, pedal away on the leg stump, should come back easily for 2. So 6 of the first 2 balls from Shingi Masakaza.
Very good batting here from Jono Campbell. I'm sure if Southern's are going to have to cross over the line here, he has to be there till the end. Around 42 or 47. And ironically enough, that was his first boundary of his 47 runs. Very well played, well bowled again from Shingi Masakaza, but they can now afford to do that, the Southern's. 46 required of 64 balls. Kamumba's short stay turn the equation slightly back into their favor. But again, with with the likes of Brandon Mavuta at the other end. Very good runner between the wickets as well. Very quick between the wickets. Short and wide, and Jono Campbell just leans into it. And they're looking for two there. Good pick up there from Brian Zinganyama just to restrict them to 1 run.
Good to see a crowd building up here at Queens. The locals in Bulawayo love their cricket. Been starved of cricket for some time, and they've turned out slim. And they're cheering on. Not sure who they're cheering on because both sides do feature some local boys. So I think they're cheering on the cricket. But having said that, with the amount of cricket being organized by the ZT board, it augurs well for the future. We've seen a lot of youngsters that weren't household names, so to speak, putting their hands up. The likes of Museki shot both ball and bat. Jono Campbell playing a very sensible innings, a very mature innings, doing exactly what is required at this stage. We've seen Kosana Mpofu also putting his hand up.
Yeah, very true there for me. Okay, we'll speak about that after this over. It's 230 for 7 after the 40th over. William Mashinge to continue from the City end. Bowling his 5th over. He's already got 2 wickets for 25 runs. Shot there by Brandon Mavuta. Hitting the super reaching to Brian Zinganyama. Just steady along. The Southern's will go. 44 required of these last 10 overs at a required rate of 4 and over. Played again from Jonathan Campbell, who moves the score to 46 of 51 balls. I think he's played
He's played a fantastic innings, a very mature innings. It would have been easy for him to go out swinging, but he's recognized what needs to be done. And with 4.4 required, no need for bending. Leading edge from Mavuta. Not quite carrying to Makoni at short extra cover. Still a few demons in the wicket, so they need to be careful how they play. You find players tend to relax when they think they want to score the singles, and that kind of thing can happen. You still need to commit fully to the shots, and if it is, you're looking for 1s and 2s. Smashingi comes in again to Brendan Mavuta. Cut shot, playing and missing at that one. Slide under the bat. I like to look at the Duckworth Lewis staying power score. It gives us a good idea of where both sides are. At this stage, with the score on 232 for 7, the pass score is 226. So they're slightly ahead of the game, but it still hangs on a knife edge here, Slim.
Yes, it does, as you saw. Swiveling around, pulling that ball down to fine leg for 1. Yes, the game is still, I feel it's still in the balance, but slightly leaning into the Northern's favour. Just needing to get 3 wickets to wrap up this game. But I feel the dangerous wicket here of Jonathan Campbell is what they'll be looking for. Bowled him! Very well bowled from William Mashinge. Clean ball, Jonathan Campbell, off stump, out of the ground with a beautiful Yorker. Just as we were saying, Jonathan Campbell go through and take his team home. Maybe slightly a commentator's curse, but Jonathan Campbell goes. The score now on 233 for 8. Ernest Masugu comes to the crease, playing in his first game of this year's Regionals Pro50 Championship. Bowled very well. So far he's played 26 matches with an average of just 8, with a high score of just 30. An illustration of his role in the team for me. But can hold a bat. Can he play a supporting role to Brandon Mavuta in getting these 41 runs of 54 balls? In the meantime, Northern's ringing in the changes. Faraz Akram back into the attack, replacing Shingi Masakadza from the airport end. Bowling to Brandon Mavuta.
Ernest Masugu, local boy, likes to think of himself as an all-rounder. Big shot, hasn't gone too far. The fielder is running around. Will he get there? At the end, he has overrun it. And they come back for a comfortable 2. He had to run a very long way, and somewhere in his run, he lost the flight of the ball and ended up overrunning it and had to try and stop his dive mid-air. Good attempt, but a bit disappointing not to get a hand onto that. We are at that stage now where 1 wicket swings it totally in favor of the Northerns. A player missed that one, beating him on the inside edge of the bat. Slim, I'll go back to the dismissal of Musekiwa. They looked like going along very comfortably, way above what was required at the stage, playing good cricket. He hit 1-6, and straight after that, he tried to hit another 6, and he skied the ball to get caught in the mid-wicket area. So, I've dealt or worked with many coaches who say that as a batter, you should have the hunger and not leave it to anyone else. I want to be there to finish the game for my team. I'm the man. I'm the one who's going to be there. I am not going to give away my wicket. At that stage, when he lost his wicket, at least he still had batters around them and whatnot. A few wickets have fallen after that. But going back to that dismissal, it seems that where things started to go downhill. I think Chris Mpofu has just signaled a no ball there from Faraz Akram. Chris Peary. No, he hasn't. Sorry, I was just signaling to his fellow umpire. Oh, great fielding there.
Top fielding there by Tafaran Pario, the sub fielder. That had 4 written all over it. I don't think Spencer Magoda would have gone round to cut that off. Top fielding. Yes, going to your story, Vumi, about Msekiwa, especially after working so hard for his 41. And just to give it away at that time of the game, he needed to bet a bit longer and say to himself exactly like what you're saying. I need to be the one who owns this game.
Cut shot. Lots of work to do. The sweeper. Too much work to do for the sweeper. Brilliant shot, cost for 4. Off the bat of Brendan Mavuta. Much needed boundary of the last ball of that over. 239 for 8. William Mashinge to continue from the city end to Ernest Masugu. You can hit a ball, Ernest. If you bowl something that he recognizes, you'll probably challenge the sixes hit earlier by Carl Mumba. But he doesn't need to do that at this stage, Slim. With the required rate, still under 4.5. All he needs to do is just keep rotating the strike and get his side home. My apologies to umpire Chris Piri. I've called him Chris Mpofu a couple of times. Chris Mpofu is the manager, sitting in the dressing room looking rather dapper today. So maybe that's why I keep referring to umpire Piri as Mpofu. My apologies.
Yeah, Southern's just requiring 35 runs of 47 balls. No need for risks. Good run there from Ernest Masugu, trying to hit the ball down to the leg side, but just getting a leading edge and just going past the bowler, and they get through for 1. Bring up the required rate to 34 runs of 46 balls. No need to take any risks here. I think these two just have to try and try and hit themselves out of trouble. Just 1 run. Brendan Mavuta just hooking that ball down to fine leg. Faraz Akram down there just doing the cleaning up. And I think just runs from this stage, Vumi should allow them to cross over the finish line. Shingi Masakaza, the standing captain, just talking to William Mashinge, maybe just trying to do a bit of a field adjustment.
Four and a half required to the over, Slim. You're very right. 1s are more than enough to get home. But having watched a lot of cricket, batsmen never think like that, do they? I don't know what goes on. As soon as they see something they think they half recognize, all that goes out the window and they throw everything at it. I mean, the last shot was picked up on the bounce by the fielder at fine leg, but it was an aerial. It was risky, not worth the risk at this stage. You've only got 2 wickets in hand. Surely, just rotate. You should now, as that is smashed through the covers, finds the sweeper. Again, a lot of power, a lot of anger in that shot. He's not looking for the ones, he's looking for the boundary, trying to finish it off as quickly as possible so that he can get to the after-match drinks when they're still cold, I guess. But run a ball, Slim. As a batting coach, right now, you'd be discussing with your players always before they bat as to what is the bowler doing, where are the gaps at, where are we getting our ones. So I hope I see that translated into those last 8 overs if the game goes that far. Again, another shot in anger, but this time he has found the gap. A lot of work to do for the sweeper.
Beautiful stuff by Brian Zinganyama. Running all the way from that super region to the ball down that had beaten Shingi Masakadza, that had written all over it. But beautiful running and cross covering by Shingi Masakadza. And the bowler and the batsman just get 3. Mark the end of the over. 2:45 for 8 with 7 overs to go. Of the over. Faraz Akram continuing. Bowling to Brandon Mavuta. Still the equation. Still in the balance. Southern's now require 29 runs of 42 balls. All the more not to take any risks. They're almost half the balls required for them to win this game. The wickets column is the one that's worried. Good shot by Brendan Mafuta. Running hard, looking for that second as usual. Only 1 run. Good pick up by Spencer Magodo. I think he's done very well, Spencer Magodo, in the outfield. He's cut. That's a big squarish boundaries there here at Queen Sports Club. He's cut quite a number of balls that were supposed to be more than 1 run. He's picked up and released. Same applies to Brian Zinganyama. The boundary patrollers, I think they've done very well in today's game in terms of the fielding.
Playing a miss. I will stop talking about sensible, risk-free cricket, Slim, because obviously the batters are not listening to me. That's shot outside off stump. Big gap between the keeper and backward point. All he needs to do is get bat on it, guide it down, get off strike, but Masuku has tried to hit that to the prison and made no contact whatsoever. As far as the Akram runs in again, Masuku comes down, big shot! Again, very attacking shot from Masuku, trying to lift that over cow corner. Our mics are loud enough, Slim. As Mavuta now comes down to him, I'm sure he's going to tell him that, look, son, just get me on strike. Let's rotate the strike. We need 4 runs to over here. No need for those big shots. Still got time. Sun is still out. 6 overs remaining after this one. We need to score at 4 runs and over. Just get back to ball and run. Simple, risk-free cricket.
Risk-free cricket it is. This Masuku, 2 big shots where they're not required. Still again hitting the ball a bit too hard as well. That ball, if you just waited for it just a touch more, you would have gone it through the gap just for 1, and that's all you need. You don't need a boundary here. You just need to rotate more and more. I think Enes Masuku was not watching when Jono Campbell and Tashinga Miseki were going about the business. Another big appeal, battling 2. Cleaned up by substitute fielder talent Zekiti, leg by signaled by Chris Peary. Faraz Akram looking to go for a Yorker, leg stump Yorker. But to end the over, Southerns move to 248 for 8 with 6 overs remaining. Change of bowling from the City end. Interesting. Shingi Masakata bringing in Brandon Mzinganyama, bowling to Brandon Mafuta. The score now required, runs required 26 of 36 balls. Good running there from Brandon Mafuta, looking for two, trying to put talented Kitty under pressure, but good clean up from the young man. The fielding by the Northerns has been a touch better as compared to the Southerns earlier on for me.
The Southerns were shocking, mate. Lots of misfields, lots of drop catches. Probably that score was 245 without all those missed catches and chances. I'm being generous. But interesting move here, bringing a part-time offie at this stage of the game. Spoke about as he pushes that on for one. Much better cricket from Masugu. It's what he should have been looking to do from the time he walked into bat. But interesting ploy here by the captain to bring on an off-spinner at this stage of the game, but a part-time off-spinner. We alluded to the fact that the spinner Anslin Ndlovu and Kosana Mpofu, who was the other spinner on the side, has not taken field. If he's carrying an injury, I'm sure that he's carrying an injury. I saw the physio attending to him during the changeover after his good batting display. But Slim, they have not been able to take advantage of the timer. Only been going at dots and ones. And again, some brilliant fielding by the man at extra cover. Wilma Shingi, I think it is, to end that over with a dot. 251 for 8.
Faraz Akram continuing from the airport end to Brandon Mafuta. Faraz Akram cuts that ball. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Brandon Mafuta cuts that ball. He's got very wristy hands, Brandon Mafuta. So maybe you might need that sweeper fielder to come a touch finer to trying to get him run two. Plays the ball very late, does Brandon. But very good running again from Brandon Mafuta. Pushing the total required runs to 21. Big swing and just one. To Spencer Magodo down there, who's been a busy man for the past couple of balls. The ball has just been hit in that area. Faraz Akram sticking to that outside off line. Not trying to come too straight.
Just 20 runs from here on in. I said just 20 runs. The Northerns require just 2 wickets. So it's now an issue of who blinks first. Not too much happening off the wicket. If the batters keep their wits about them, you'd expect them to get home from this stage. Faraz Akram dotting up Masugu. Again, he's gone with hard hands and just hit that straight back at the bowler, who does some good fielding off his own bowling. And it's Masugu still on 3 of 11 balls. Tries to hit it again. This time he makes better connection. Finds the man at long on just for the one. At least he's getting off strike. And bringing Brandon Mafuta, who's on 19 of 21 balls, striking at more than 90. Or balled by a crumb, just back off a length. Not allowing the batter to get underneath that one. All Mavuta can do is push that one out to extra cover. No run there.
No run. But still, Brandon Mafuta shouldn't be feeling bad about that. If they're looking up at the scoreboard, they should be able to do the math. You know that they're slightly ahead. Shot over extra cover from Brandon Mafuta. Spencer for the chase and a misfield. It has gone for a much needed 4 for the Southerns. Beautiful shot here by Brandon Mafuta. As I alluded earlier, he's got wrists, so he just flicks the ball over extra cover to end the over. Score pushes up 259 for 8 with 3 overs remaining. Oh, sorry, with 4 overs remaining. Beautiful shot there by Ines Masugu. Looks like the Southerns here are now turning on the bus. Telling the bus driver to stop the bus. We want to go home. Slog sweeping that, beating the 2 guys there shortly and 45 for pushing the score now to 263 for 8.
It was just a matter of time before Masuku decided to slog sweep the spin. We knew that was coming. And this time he finds the middle of the bat.
11 required now.
Still the 2 wicket later is your money would be on the boys in yellow. But stranger things have happened in this game. But not that strange.
Beautifully played there by Ines Masugu. Sensible cricket. Get down to the other end. Just knock it down. 5 runs off 2 balls so far.
Brings down to the runs required to 10. Dot ball from Zinganyama. Doing very well as a part-timer. To not be going for too many boundaries at the back end of the innings. But again, big shot.
Big shot here.
That's up in the air.
And that's gone for 6. Beautiful shot there by Brandon Mafuta. Bring the score just down to 4. 4 runs to win. Southerns here on the charge. Bus is already near the changing rooms, Vumi. They're ready to go.
No, they're not. They still haven't got their diesel coupons yet. But yeah, the large lady is clearing her throat. 4 more rounds required. Still 2 wickets in hand. Brendan Mavuta going along quite nicely on 29 at a strike rate of exact 100. And it goes big again. The fielder is in with a shout, and the catch is taken in the tip. Sensible cricket. It is not. Brendan Mavuta, after clearing the boundary for that massive 6, tries to finish it with 1 hit. Not successful. Slim putting pressure on the number 10 batter. 270 for 8. a good running catch from Talent Tikiti to get rid of Brendan Mavuta, who should again have been thinking about, I want to get my team over the line. He has 18 balls to score 4 runs. He tries to finish it for some reason with 1 hit and is caught out. My apologies, I said 8 wickets the last time. It is 9 wickets down, so number 11 walking out to the middle. And as an in-batsman with 29 runs to your name, surely you don't want to leave it to the number 11 batsman to have to come in and score the winning runs for your side.
You wouldn't want to do that. Very disappointing again from one of the Southerns, not wanting to take ownership of taking his team over the line, now having to put the number 11 under pressure as well to try and get 4 runs, of which 4 runs for a number 11 could be a lot of runs as compared to a top order batter who just think that it's just 11 runs, but it's just 4 runs. But with the number 11, I think, where can I get a 4 from? As we see Shingi Masakadza making this, bringing back his trusted all-rounder William Mashinge to bowl the 48th over to Ernest Masugu, who's on 9 of 15 balls.
The one silver lining in all this was that was the last ball of the over, so the number 11 doesn't get to face quite yet. Still, Ernest Masuku, who's been around for a while, has faced 15 balls for his 9 runs pace. Very interesting thought process now to what is going through Masuku's head, because we've seen Mashinge bowl a good Yorker to get rid of Jono Campbell, so we know he's got that ball in his armory. Very good player. I foresee Masugu trying to finish off with 1 hit as well, Slim. So this next phase of play is going to be very, very interesting.
Very interesting indeed, Vumi.
Chance of a run out at the non-striker's end.
Well played there by Ernest Masugu. Not tempted into the pull shot. But Victor Nyauchi also itching. Looks like he's also itching to get down there. He wants to win it for his team. He was already halfway down the track.
Nyauchi is not marked with the bat. Can't handle a bat. So yeah, you'd also want to face a couple of balls, I guess.
Very well bowled from...
There's that Yorker we spoke about, Slim.
Very well bowled from William Mashinge. Nails his Yorker in. But Ernest Masugu up to the task. Looks like he wants to be a bit more watchful, not looking to go too aggressive. It's got the crowd on its feet, this game. The little crowd that we've had for today.
Shinga to Masuku.
Yo.
Hits that into the ground and I think maybe slightly off his pad. Just loops up. I think, who do you think is feeling the pressure more at this stage, Slim? The batter or the bowler?
I think Ernest Masugu, the way he's played, that ball must be feeling a bit of pressure. I think I just need 1 clean shot and not put Victor Nyauchi on strike into bat.
Comes down
And he does. He wakes it over. Deep down.
He's put it down. No,
And he's caught it.
He's held on to the catch. Unbelievable scenes here at Queen's Sports Club. The catch is taken in the tip. Juggled it. The umpires are coming together. The batters are standing having a look. From it looks like the catch was taken cleanly. The fielders are celebrating. The umpires are having a chat. Masugu is not going anywhere anytime soon. Tried to clear the man at cow corner, but he didn't manage to do that. And from the jaws of defeat, the Northerns have clinched the match by 4 runs and have won the series, the 3-match series, 2-1. Slim.
Well, exciting finish here at Queen's Sports Club. with Brian Zingamnyama trying to make a meal out of that ball, fumbling it a bit and creating just a touch of drama. But Ernest Masugu trying to hoik it down and trying to finish the game, failing to be rotted by his other colleagues. But very well bowled by the Northerns, coming from 1-0 down on Saturday to clinch this series 2-1. A very good performance. Just to go through what I earlier on with the Southern's innings, Kevin Kasuza and Takudzu Kaitano opened up the innings. Kaitano was the first one to go for 9. LBW, Tanaka Chavanga. Kevin Kasuza followed suit with the LBW again from Ainsley Ndlovu. Tafodza Tsiga stuck around a bit as well with a score of 27 off 36. But the wicket of Richmond Mtumbami for 0 changed the game as well. Well bowled again from Ainsley Ndlovu. Jonathan Campbell and Tashingam Sekio came together and put up a partnership that brought the Southerns back into the side. Campbell scoring 46 with Tashingam Sekio scoring 43, but it wasn't to be. Carl Mumba also then came in and scored 18 of 12 balls, but fell again to William Mashinge, caught talent Zekiti. Brandon Mafuta wanting to finish the game with a 6, getting caught again off the bowling of Brandon Zinganyama at the back end. But the pick of the bowlers was Ainsley Ndlovu with 4 wickets from his turnovers. A very well bowled by Ainsley Ndlovu, as well as William Mashinge having bowled 6.4 overs, 4 wickets for 34 runs. So the news here from Queen Sports Club is Northerns win this regionals Pro 50 series 2-1, win it by 1 wicket. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Vumi. Thank you for the guys behind the scenes. Thank you for joining us around the world. Hopefully to see you and join us again. Start our Logan Cup competitions in a few days' time. Hope to see you again. Good evening, everybody.